So character question for today. This is the 10th session. We've hit double digits. So, character question is kind of twofold this evening. One is for you, one is for the character. Uh, for you guys, since we're 10 sessions in, what has been your favorite session and why? And then conversely, what has been your least favorite session and why?
Hmm.
Mm, I think my favorite session so far, and I don't think it had anything to do with it, but with the session that we were in person,
Yeah.
I think was my favorite one. I felt we were all feeding off each other's like energy, being like actually in person.
Actually in person.
Yeah,
Yeah. In person is always better.
but we had a lot of funny times there.
Hmm.
It was a good night.
Favorite session, maybe when we caught Mary and then fought the demon.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, that's just big fun boss fight.
Mhm. Mhm.
Least favorite? No, we've enjoyed all of them. I guess just because of like the sum of its parts was the second session, which was mostly just travel.
Yeah.
But again, it's not saying like that's a bad thing. I guess we just had more to do in other
Mhm.
sessions.
Yeah. For sure.
Uh, for my favorite, what was gonna be when we found Mary and then fought the demon. Was that when? That's when Chance also had a night. Something happened at night, right?
No, that was the
No,
session after. Well, no,
that
that
Yep.
was 2 sessions after.
I think that was the same. This night that he had something happen, wasn't that the same session that I burned down a house?
Yeah, that was the same session that happened.
Yeah, but
Yes.
didn't something?
I don't think
I
anything
think
happened to
it was
Oale.
I think it was the big boss fight session with Mary and the demon. There, I'm pretty sure that was the one. Is my
Yeah.
favorite.
Yeah.
There was one session that there was just a bunch of shit going on with like all our characters.
Yeah. Yeah.
It may be the session after that one. It
I
may
think
be
you're thinking of the session after that because Chance did have something in the session after that where he snuck away in the middle of the night and went and talked to his sister via magic.
yeah, like I can't. I don't think there was a lot of combat in it, but there was a lot of like
Character stuff.
suspenseful. Like there's a lot of stuff like unknown
Mhm.
that came about because something happened to Austin too during the same session.
Mhm.
Yeah, because that was
Yeah,
the session
I'm
after fighting the
so
demon was the one where I was having my existential crisis of my wife blaming me for her death because that's what the demon made me see.
yeah,
Yeah.
but that's not. It was something to do with like there's you're hiding something. There's something about your character. There's
Now I
something
think
about
Daniel's. Now I
Chance's
don't know
character.
if Daniel's fishing or not.
I'm not fishing. Something happened to
Daniel's
where
like,
I'm like,
yeah.
oh
Something
man, there's a lot of
happened
stuff.
here.
Lots of stuff is happening.
I mean,
I think it was even after
I,
the boss fight.
I'd say the one before the boss fight is when I kind of like semi opened up about my past, about my family being kind of
That
weird.
was funny.
And y'all, because when we went into the Deadwood, I was like, oh yeah, I remember when mom and dad used to bring us here.
Yeah.
No,
No,
because
I
that's
remember
when we
that.
fought the porcupine.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think I did it
Yeah,
once after that too. You guys might have asked questions right after the demon fight because I know there was been like one or two times where I've mentioned like, "Oh, this is familiar."
Mhm.
it was either the boss fight or the one after that. And then my least favorite is actually the last one, the shopping one.
Yeah. No. No one likes maintenance sessions. Well, no, not that no one likes maintenance sessions. Just they're not as climactic.
They're low energy.
Like the last session was also my least favorite one, but it was just kind of setting you had to learn everything that was in this town before you started doing shit in this town.
Yeah. I
Yeah, but it also could have been like my fault too, because I was pretty tired a few weeks ago. So
Oh, that's fun.
you give low effort, you get low effort kind of thing.
Okay. Austin, what was your least favorite one?
One sec, I gotta be right back.
You gotta take either a call or a shit. He said I gotta take a
Papa.
papa. Gotta take a baby. Baby. Yeah, the demon session was also my favorite session. I enjoyed it a lot.
I'm
It would
back.
have been the town session too, because that was pretty high combat, and then at the end, dude showed up, and I was like, oh
Mhm.
shit,
Yeah.
what's gonna happen now? That was pretty good too.
I enjoyed good
Also,
boss.
no, I like the one session when we got to, uh, we had to do a little stakeout, and then we left, and then we entered combat. That was pretty good too.
Oh, you're talking about when we were in Fayetteville and we did the stakeout and then we left and then got into that fight
Yeah.
and got blamed for
That's
murdering
That's
someone.
easy number 2 right there.
Yeah. All right, Austin, what was your least favorite?
I'm with Chance. If I had to pick one, my least favorite was more the traveling one because the maintenance one I actually didn't mind because we got to do a lot of investigative type work around the town and I kind of enjoyed that.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, the travel session and the second session, my reasoning behind it was like, all right, I'm gonna start them in a set place where they can all meet, and then I'm gonna give them options from where to go. And I didn't really think about a travel session being the second session. But that was probably a bad call on my part. But I agree that one was a weaker one. But okay. That being said, I appreciate the input. Oh,
Bubba.
Bubba, yeah, sure. Bubba, what was your favorite and least favorite? What was your least favorite session?
Um, let's see. I don't know what to say.
Bubba's been
I
the
feel like
studio audience for this whole thing.
my favorite was probably either the one where Daniel had the whole thing with the whatever it was, witch or whatever demon, what was it?
Mm-hmm.
Or the one where
Yeah.
y'all had the giant bar fight and all that
Yeah.
shootout in the bar or whatever,
Yeah.
in the tavern. That was probably
Okay.
my favorite.
It's good to hear there's consistency here. At those two were the hits, so that's good to know.
Least favorite, um, probably the one where Austin burned down a house just because I missed it.
Because I missed.
I
Oh,
mean,
that was my biggest favorite.
And I would have
uh,
loved to have seen that.
fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Well, 10th session. Thank you for that. Everybody take a chip. Bubba can have one too.
You're
Okay.
about to hand out a bunch of chips, ain't you? This is
Not
gonna be.
necessarily. Not
Uh,
necessarily. This is just the 10th session, so this is your Xbox noise achievement sound. You
what?
get a chip. You know the
What's an
Xbox noise
Xbox
achievement
chip?
though. I can't do it.
Oh, that'd be a good Discord sound.
Yeah,
I should find that one.
but
Steam
yeah, that's.
achievement. I don't know what that is.
But yeah,
But
you guys made it to
Xbox.
session 10. Everybody gets a chip for making session 10. Now, the actual character question. Last character question we had was if your character could change one thing that had happened so far in their adventure, what would it be? Now, on the reverse of that, what is one thing your character feels they have accomplished or is proud of from the adventures they have had so far? And why? And, this could be something as big as an achievement, martially, or, or something as little as like you made friends and that's big for you.
Made friends along the way.
Hmm.
For Ollie, it'd probably be about getting to help take down a demon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's been a minute.
Yeah. A little
Glad that
bit
he
of
could.
the. He still got it.
Yeah.
he came in around the tail end of that war. He never got to really get into the deep shit. It's probably pretty validating. That checks.
For JP, I think it's going to be taking down the goons in Fayetteville because it's gonna it kind of reminds him of his hopes to do with his parents one day.
Oh God. Okay, yeah.
Not in the murderous way that it ended up, but in the bringing to justice way that it
Sure,
also ended
sure,
up.
Yeah.
Oh God.
JP's only keeping Jesus until he meets mom and dad. he's gonna throw it aside and be like, guess what? Not today.
Jesus is here long enough to give me holy bullets. Once they're in mom, I don't give a shit anymore. Okay, no, that's good. That's good. I like that. I like that. What about Mr. John H. Whitman?
Mm, he might have found allies to help him with his problem.
Mm-hmm. He's found folks of a like mind and of a similar capacity for violence.
I like it.
I like it. I like it. All right. Also, Bubba, just for your edification, you do have a chip. Feel free to use it whenever you want to, or give it if someone asks you. I don't care when you
Yeah.
use it. Use it on me. Use it on them. Your call.
Okay.
Um. So, with that, who wants to give me previously on? I don't remember who did it last week. I think it was Chance.
I think I've done it the last two times. Oh no, I think Chance did it. Chance did
I
it.
did
It
it
was
last time.
Yeah, I did it
It
the
was
time
Austin
before
and
that.
Chance. It was Austin and Chance. So, but I mean, there's not really like we finally got to the big city. We met our contact, well, Mary's contact, and
Mm-hmm.
have a somewhat of an uneasy alliance with probably a smuggler or whatever they're called,
He's a
fencer.
fence. Yeah, a fence.
Yeah. And we have found out that we are 100% being hunted down.
Yeah. No cash
Actively being
money.
hunted. We also found out a few leads. Um, and found out some unlikely allies in the folk of Springville,
Yeah.
Springfield.
Springfield.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You also found out that of all of our wanted posters, yours is the 100%
Mm-hmm.
look-alike of who you are.
You do. You
Right.
do
That,
have a
that that's
very
true.
accurate, extraordinarily accurate bounty poster.
Gonna,
It looks like
that was
Michelangelo drew your wanted poster.
It is a Polaroid, more or less. But yeah, no, you guys did all that, and you're now kind of weighing your options of where you're taking your investigations. Yeah, good previously on for a somewhat uneventful session, albeit, but take your chip regardless. So, it's a well-known fact amongst mankind that the human being is the smartest, most equipped, level-headed, and dangerous creature on this earth. It's also a well-known fact amongst mankind that human being is the dumbest, most useless, feeble-minded, and dangerous creature on this earth. So it's no surprise to any of them that when you mix a few thousand together and can congregate them in one place, your results may be varied. You'll find saints and sinners, monsters and martyrs, and every other conceivable variant of the creature known as man. And the men of action who have slogged down from the Ozark Mountains have learned this already. As they find themselves surrounded by new people and new problems, they begin to unravel the secrets of Springfield and the dangers that lay within. They're now faced with a bevy of choices to how to go about their investigation in the conglomerate known as Van Zandt Industries. And with the news of their deeds in Fayetteville already spread across the town, the only constant provided to them from the mix of mankind here is danger. So, when we start, we'll find ourselves waking up the morning after you all had spent the night in the Mangy Owl after getting kind of accustomed to Springfield, walking around town, meeting a few of the more mercantile-minded folks here, getting a bit of a ear out for some of the rumors and happenings around town recently, having learned a few there, having witnessed an execution on the way in, and just via talking with some of the folks, you learned quite a bit. You went to bed early ish. Well, you went to bed late actually, with a few in mind and maybe a few plans laid in place. So you all sort of yawn yourselves awake at whatever time you deem appropriate in the back room of the butcher shop. How are you guys gonna start your day?
Make a pot of
Well,
coffee.
after giving up on the odd jobs trying to make money,
You did chop wood
contemplate
for like a nickel. I forgot about it.
I contemplate on possibly doing a hunting adventure.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe fix some breakfast.
Yeah. You guys aren't woke by your current proprietor at this establishment. Uh, but
No.
Mr. Mr. Jefferson has left some plates on a table outside for you all. They're covered up with cloth. Uh, it seems like mostly cold stew. It's more or less heated up from likely the night before, but it is a serviceable breakfast if you want it. I know some of us have aversion to stew now, but it's there.
It was lovely.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, the ways I sees it, the first place we should check is that shop that got broken into. If the guy got hurt, we can see what he knows. Let's ask about. Can't hurt nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Move on from there. See what he tells us. We could try to see if, well, a poor lady who was hung when we walked in, if she has any family or kin in town. They might be able to answer some questions about Van Zant, because, well, something's fishy there. I think the main thing is that we all just stick together.
Need or some cash for that. That upgraded shotgun. When you get into that establishment or the warehouse, see if we can find any things we can sell, turn into the lawman. So whatever leads you think we need to follow, I'll be right behind you on that.
I'll follow your lead as well.
Okay. So it seems like Oliver is taking the tiller on this particular morning. You guys sit around this sort of back table. It's cramped. It's not grand by any means, and you're certainly not in a dining room. You're just kind of sitting in a circular table, kind of crammed into a corner. Um, as you're eating, at one point, you see Frederick Jefferson, your keeper at the moment, walk back into his back room, and he's followed by two fellas you don't recognize. Uh, they actively kind of shoot you the stink eyes they walk through, and then he holds the door open for him, lets him go into a back room to the right before he shuts it behind them. And then you hear some conversation. Not long after that, they each walk out, sort of stretcher holding a larger box, and he follows them out and shuts the door and then locks it before placing a key ring on his belt. He looks to you, you three. Well, gentlemen, I see you're still here. And he just kind of like wipes his hands off as he walks towards you all. You need anything from me?
Nothing particularly. We heard that there was some kind of shop they got busted into. Owner got beaten up. Would you happen to know what side of town that's on?
I don't know if he does. Hold on.
Notice check.
That's ridiculous. Maybe. Don't say I know much about that. I think I heard about it, but I don't know the particular shop. Yeah, you might be better off just asking him. I think I think some of the I think some of the militia is looking into it. You could check with them. He just kind of looks through you carefully. They
Carefully.
probably could point you in the right way. Well, if carefully,
Carefully.
yeah. But
You know anyone in town who'd know about anything Van Zant's up to? Anything under the table?
well, I mean, hell, everyone's got something to talk about with what Van Zant's up to. I mean, they probably employ 15% upways the manfolk in this place. But as far as if they've got anything dirty, I think it's safe to assume anybody in this day and age got something dirty. But as far as people talking about it, nah. People don't talk about that place. They certainly don't talk about it now that the Pinkertons have shown up.
Alright.
Maybe you could get one of them to talk about it if you want to find someone who's got a bit more of loose lips, but those lips might be a little more dangerous than your average townie.
I figure that wouldn't be the careful route we're looking for.
I don't think it would neither, but I'm not your mama.
Well, we got a few ideas. We'll keep it subtle.
See that you do, and if you don't know me. And he kind of walks back up to the front of his counter for pulling off a chicken and starting to sort of spatchcock it. Where are you all
Well,
headed?
boys, sounds like we're going out and about in the town. We said that oh, go ahead.
That was Bubba, yeah.
Uh, no,
Ah,
I don't.
we said my sword would take 1 day, right?
No, the
Oh, it was
armor
the armor.
would take a day to repair. The sword's going to take a few days to
Right,
sword.
right. So would my armor be ready today, or is that take tomorrow?
Your armor will be ready today, but it will likely be ready later in the day. Like, it's certainly not going to
Okay.
be ready in the morning.
That's what I figured. I just want to double check.
Yeah.
Then I figure we start by swinging by the armorers and just asking them if they know what shop got hit up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, they
Okay.
seem friendly enough, and seems like
So
a good place
you're
to ask.
headed to the Hugheses?
Yes.
Okay, sure.
That'd be fine, but I'm gonna stay away from the Pinkertons now.
I agree.
All right. That being said, as you guys are going to leave, you guys have now been here for a day. And because you've been here for a day, you've had chances for people to notice you. You've made yourselves known. I want you all to just give me a blanket check to maintain anonymity. With this, you could do a stealth check if you've been kind of like sticking it out a little like quieter. You give me a persuasion check if you're just trying to be nonchalant about it. Uh, you if you think you can make a case for a check, just let me know. You guys don't have any minuses because you didn't do anything crazy or draw attention to yourselves in any way. But I want to see how well you've maintained your anonymity. So just give me a blanket check of
Okay.
something you think is appropriate for how you've been trying to avoid attention.
I guess I'll go with persuasion because that's how I've been approaching shit.
Yeah, sure.
I'll do just standard.
I'm gonna go with a gambling check.
A gambling check?
I'm gonna go with a notice check. Did
A
anyone
notice? A notice check?
Did anyone notice me? Can I do that?
No. I need a better. I need a better.
A
I can
survival
be
check.
persuaded for like a survival check. I would hear out a survival check.
Okay, I was about to
But
ask if I could do a survival check with my
you guys,
past as being a
you've
con.
been kind of just sort of maintaining your own urban survival. This
Oh
is
my
merely a
god.
chance of camouflage in the big city. What did you roll?
I got a 7.
I got
Alright,
a
Would you?
I got a
Mr. John H.
9.
Mr. John H. Whitman, one, doesn't know what ambiguity means. 2, he's never been in a big city, and 3, he got a 3.
You can use a chip on this. That is something you can do as long as you didn't crit fail.
I'm gonna use a chip.
Kind of crit fail. It's kind of crit fail, and the
Um,
whole session's gonna be a shootout.
so I got a 3, like I said.
You can keep burning chips if you want to, or you
Yeah,
can take a 3.
you started with 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll burn another chip.
Yes.
Alright. Got a 4.
Okay. Okay.
Do I need to
You
burn
satis-
another
Are
chip?
you satisfied? Are you satisfied with that 4?
Mm,
I burned another chip.
Daniel, we're gonna need those later.
Oh my
yeah, the
god.
shootout.
I'm 4 is it.
Okay.
4 is it.
So what did everyone else roll?
A 9.
9.
7.
Excellent rolls. Okay, you guys step outside. You're headed to the Hughes Joint Shop, Taylor, and Fine Blacksmithing. Not a far walk at all. A brisk 5-10 minute stroll to get where you're going. Uh, Sun is shining. Uh, there's a bit of an overcast, but you know it's not a blue sky day, but it's still sunny enough out. The town has got a little bit of bustle going around abouts. People are moving on the streets. You hear conversation as you go about, and you make your way over to their shop. As you do, you.
What is this?
What is this? Oh, look yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But um, as you guys walk up, you sort of come into this sort of 90-degree angled shop that you guys are familiar with. Um, moving in, you see in also note you guys have known this is like a 90-degree angle with like a separate shop on the corner, or what you thought was a shop. You see Jessica coming out of the back of that shop, and you get the impression that might actually be their house.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And you see her walking out, sort of with a sort of pitcher as she pours 2 glasses and hands one to her husband, and then takes one herself as they just kind of take a mid morning break as you all stroll on up.
Howdy, Mr. Hughes.
Oh, hey there. I'm sorry, but it's still a little early for me to be finished with your plate there.
Nah, take your time. I just had a quick question. We
Sure.
were grabbing a couple drinks last night, and we heard about a shop that had been broken into. Owner had got himself banged up.
Oh
And
yeah,
well, you happen to know what shop that was?
yeah. It's been a bit. It's been a bit on the radar lately. It's Earl Monroe, his shop that got broke into. It's he owns a furniture joint, a little on the southern side of town. From what I understand, he got a little roughed up in it. It's called Dolores's Fine Furnishings. If you go past the church and then about 3 blocks down southways down the street, it's on the corner there. But yeah, I don't know much more about it other than old Earl got a little roughed up during it, and there've been a few break-ins lately that kind of got people a bit riled, a little nervous, especially shop owners, since it's mostly been shops that are getting broken into. But the sheriff's deputies haven't been able to find anything, and the militia's been looking into it from what I hear, but I don't know what they found or if anybody knows what's happening.
All right. Any idea why people would be breaking into people's shops? I mean, besides stealing stuff, but
I mean, times
I
are hard.
figured.
the The past 30 years have been hard times. It's not surprising. Not to mention Springfield, it was never exactly a cushiony place to live, but over the past decade or so, ever since what happened down in the southwest corner of town, there've been more than a few people displaced. A lot of them have fanned out, but some of them just kind of wallowed in the ash, so to speak. And we got a few of the vagrant type here. The church tries to help out as best they can. The militia tries to lend a hand, but I wouldn't be surprised if these burglaries just someone who finally said damn it all to trying to make an honest living after what they've been through and just decided to scavenge off other folk.
All right.
But I mean,
I
if
was,
you wanted to know more, you could stop by the Hawk's Nest over in the burnout place. I know they, they're not actually law enforcement, so they're more than willing to accept volunteers or try to get help where help's due. If you wanted to check in with that, they'd have more info than I would. Or you could just go talk to old Earl. I'm sure he'd be willing to talk to you about it if
everything
he's an adult.
off and I hope.
Yeah. Can I ask why y'all looking into it? I mean, from what I understood, you guys just got into town, didn't you?
No, I just figured we could help out. Maybe make a few dollars by lending a hand before we head out.
Sure,
And
sure.
as you know, we are hunters.
Fair enough.
Kind of.
We see y'all type come through quite a bit. There's a lot of money to be made in hunting
Varmints.
bounties and things a little more, well, dangerous. But sure, I don't know if there's any actual price been put up for help on this. But I mean, if you could find a way to return what was stole from him, I'm sure Mr. Monroe would pay you for it. Though I don't really know if it's the kind of money you're looking for, depending on what got stole. I don't actually know.
And we just thought it'd be a good idea to check on had a couple days before we set out and all.
If you boys is hunting bounties, I know the sheriff's office got a bounty board posted out there, and they probably are looking for a little help. Some of those are local, I know some of them are a little farther out, but you could check that out if you wanted to.
Brian tries to keep his chuckle to himself.
Wait.
Now we heard there was some big shot bounty hunters in town, and we didn't want to step on any toes. So
Yeah. Well, that's fair enough. But yeah, that's about all I know.
that's more than I did. So I appreciate the help.
All right. Well, I should have your piece ready, but probably about 3 o'clock, assuming nothing goes wrong.
Sure, take your time. We're in no rush.
All right.
Take
He
it
goes
easy.
back drinking his beverage as Jessica waves at you go to leave, and you guys head out. Where are we headed?
I figure we go to the store first, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah, that's what I
doors
was
in the
thinking.
militia.
Be a good idea.
Okay. Um, you guys take a few steps down the street. Um, it's not that far of a walk before you come up to another corner store, which you see Dolores's Fine Furnishings on one of those sort of like uh hinged wooden signs out front, and you see one window as the windows sort of cover a full shop front on the angle outside is boarded up, and it does say it's closed today. Everyone, give me a notice check.
Oops.
got 3.
Okay.
I got a 7.
Okay.
11.
Okay. Um, with the 7 and the 11, you guys see that it's closed, but you do hear sounds coming from within. And with the 11, you hear the definitive sound of someone sweeping, and these sort of clattering, almost chime-like, of glass being swept.
Go up and knock on the door.
You knock, and it takes a good minute before an older man uh opens the door. He's got sort of pulled back gray hair, clean shaven, a little more on the portly side, wearing a vest with a sort of like bullpen tie, and he has his left arm in a sling, and he's holding a broom in the other hand as he sort of just cracks the door and looks out. Can I help y'all?
Mr. Monroe, I assume.
That would be me.
Edmund Buck. We just came into town and we heard your trouble, and we wanted to lend a helping hand.
Well, I reckon I've already got it all boarded up, though I do appreciate it. Just a matter of sweeping up the remains.
I don't think we're opposed to that at all. If you're looking for help, of course. I don't want to barge in.
I'll take everything I can get. Sweeping isn't exactly easy with this busted wing of mine. So he sort of like smacks his own arm and ow before he opens the door. Come on in. You guys
Thank you.
walk into a furniture store, mostly wooden furniture, some upholstery, a few cushion type things, then stuff like lamps as well. And as you come in, you see the telltale shine of a window being shattered, and then a few broken tables and chairs sort of surrounding that area where the shattered window is. As he sort of welcomes you in, you see the glass on the floor where he had been sweeping it kind of like pulled into a pile, and some of the pieces of wood have been kind of piled off to the side. But there's still the majority of a ruined dining table, and the chairs that were under it seem to be the majority of the cleanup here.
I'll go ahead and just kind of offer a hand to take the broom.
Oh, thank you. He hands it to you.
I'll start kind of just looking at things that can be picked up by hand and sat back up and whatnot.
Yeah, you guys go about that. Uh, while I do appreciate the help, may I ask why you all have taken interest in it? Not to turn away good Samaritans, that is. Like I said, I appreciate it, but kind of unusual just to have someone walk in and offer to clean up your shop after it's been tossed.
Well, like I said, we're passing through town, and well, we heard the story, and it just didn't sit right with us. You see.
Oh, that's fair. Can't argue that. It didn't sit right with me either.
Um, I don't doubt that. Now, do you have any idea who done this to you, or would have a reason to?
He kind of like sits down on one of the chairs that's for sale. He's kind of got that sort of puffy sort of rose color to his cheeks. As it seems like he's maybe a little stressed about all this. He just kind of flops down. I don't suppose a man who has many, if any, enemies. Not anything like that. I've been hearing about a few burglars around town. I just assumed that they broke in looking for whatever burglars look for. They didn't get any money, but I don't know.
Hmm.
So people just trying to stir up trouble?
Well, I don't know that it's people stirring up trouble necessarily. From what I understand, I'm the first person that got hurt doing all this. No, no one else has been injured in any way. But yeah, I mean, I'm not a investigator of any kind. I'm not a deputy or a detective or anything like that. But I don't think there's any reason why I specifically got targeted for this. Or at least not that I know of.
I imagine so. I heard there's been some trouble on the other side of town, past the obvious. Something about a couple groups.
Oh yeah, that's that's factory stuff though. That's out of town.
Factory
That
stuff.
the industrial district's a bit of a more is a more wild place. The the gangs over there do sometimes come this far, but I'm on the western side of town. I'm close to the militia. I'm close to the sheriff's office. They don't really bother me none.
Hmm.
Can we look around to see if there's anything about his store in his store that might catch the eye of ne'er-do-wells of sorts?
Subtly investigate, if you will.
Sure,
Yes.
you can give me some notice checks if you want to.
Ooh. 8.
8? Okay. Is anyone else doing that?
12.
A 12? Okay. Daniel, you in on this?
No, I'm more looking at out in the street. Like, what does it buy? Like, I'm
Sure.
wondering.
Good call out. Good call out.
Yeah,
I'm
give me a.
wondering. So she got targeted, but she's beside all these police and the militia and whatnot.
Mhm.
Are they wanting to see, like, I don't know, wanting to see like
Yeah,
avenues,
I
like,
get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Um, you can also give me a notice check just to get an idea of the surroundings if you want to.
I got a 5.
Okay. So, as far as you two who are looking in the shop, this is more or less a furniture store. There are some pieces of furniture that definitely hold value, but the sort of trade-off of light enough to be stolen versus value kind of intersects at a certain point to where it's not really likely that any of this furniture could be stolen. Maybe some of the lamps or something like that. Um, just based off of what you two are thinking, specifically, Oliver just very keenly looking about at everything you see, and then JP with your background. It's very likely that if someone was looking for monetary gain from this place, they would be looking for like a safe or something like that, not necessarily the stock.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't see anything obvious like that, which it wouldn't be. And then as far as Mr. Whitman looking out, you look out and across the street, you see more stores, a few homes, and then maybe some like storage stuff like that. Um, you're not in eye shot of either the sheriff's station or the militia housing place, the Hawk's Nest, but just based off what you know of the town, you're pretty much equidistant from them. So if the town is sort of organized into a northern quadrant, an eastern, southern, western, then the center of town, the sheriff station is in the center of town. The uh the Hawk's Nest is like in the southwestern portion of the town in the burnout area, and this is kind of like at the 120-degree nexus of those two. So you're less than a 5-minute walk from either of them. But you think if you were trying to gauge like a response time, you could do it, but you also don't know what you'd be gauging for in this particular region that would be worth breaking into without, more information.
All right.
Huh?
So these gangs, you say they're the factory's problem, not the city's?
Well, they do mess around in the city. It's not like that. It's just mostly on the eastern side of town this happens. businesses over there are more likely to get shook down from it. There's really only one gang that's likely to cause any sort of trouble, uh, run by some fellow named Benton up there, but he and his boys used to be some sort of cavalrymen for the Union. They ran, got discharged, disavowed, all that good stuff, and now they just kind of shake people down from a meat packing, like a slaughterhouse out there, an old slaughterhouse. They mostly just, do the kind of thing that low lives do. They'll occasionally run some opium through town. They'll shake down shop owners, make people pay for protection, stuff like that. They're messing around with Miss Higgins' group, but Miss Higgins' group, strictly speaking, though, I might call them a gang, don't really do anything illegal. They just kind of organize themselves in that way.
And Miss Higgins is in charge of the militia?
No, 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 no. That's Miss Penelope White is a good woman is in charge of the militia. Miss Higgins runs a whorehouse called the White Violet.
My dude,
Definitely not a militia.
It's kind of a
Could
militia.
be. Anything could be a militia. Depending on how dedicated you are.
But she's kind of been the gal to talk to when anything's going wrong on the eastern side of town for a while now. And then for the past few years, Mr. Benton's been kind of barking up her tree, and she don't like that very much. They've been scrapping a little bit lately, but I really don't know if this is related.
Okay.
Um,
And spare me just one more question. Why haven't the militia or the sheriff done anything about this Bentley fella? He's causing so much trouble.
It's one of those things where this is a big town. This is a big town, and there are a lot of people, but there aren't that many in the way of law enforcement. The deputies and the sheriff, they maintain law and order, and sheriff's a good man, the deputies are a good man, they do well, and they try to stymie him as much as they can, but they don't have the manpower to push in on that man's territory. I don't know how many of them there are, but I know they at least equal the amount that the deputies have, probably by a good amount more. And the militia is more concerned with threats outside of town coming in and protecting the fields, as well as our livelihoods here. They do their best, and there have been more than a few scraps with the militia in that gang, but neither one, it's just a matter of neither one of them could actually move on that gang without a lot of people getting hurt. And at the end of the day, they aren't. There's some violence. Occasionally, someone gets beat up, but they don't kill people. But if they tried to move on it, it's kind of a people might die situation. So it's sort of a status quo that's been established, and it's part of the reason they don't move any further east. It's just the the east side of town is a little bit harder to maintain, especially since all the companies really hold more sway there, and they don't really like the deputies coming over that side.
Okay. Well, thank you for shedding light on it. Like I said, we're new in town and just want to make sure we don't step on anybody's toes.
Yeah, it's it's strange, but I do appreciate the help. I I would like to hear why they're breaking into these places, because what they're taking is odd, is all I'm saying.
What else has been taken?
Well, I mean, normally, or at least I'm not a criminal, but my thought process would be if I'm breaking into somewhere, I'm gonna try to get something I can sell or keep, money, valuables, whatnot. A lot of what's been taken, there have been money and valuables taken, but a lot of it has been, I don't know, supplies. Guns have gone missing, ammunition's gone missing, food, uh, an apothecary got broken into, medicine got taken. And then from here, well, when I caught the guy here, he he had a bag full of some of my tools from out the back of the workshop, uh, spare bits of lumber, some boxes of nails. I caught him. I tried to stop him. He threw me through one of my tables after a bit of a scuffle, and then when the table broke, one of the lamps fell through the window. He jumped out and ran away. But near as I can tell, that's all he took.
So just supplies, huh?
Tools, wood, nails. That's it. I've tried to do a full inventory, and for me, it's kind of easy. Most of my products fairly large. He didn't. My safe was untampered with. The back room wasn't even really touched. My office wasn't touched. Pretty much straight to the workshop.
Well, I take off my hat, turn to her. I'm glad he didn't hurt you none in that scuffle.
Looks
Thanks for the
he looks down at his like busted arm. Yes, yes.
Mm.
It's
I'm fortunate to
okay.
have not been hurt worse. But
Glad
I
he
appreciate it.
take your life at least.
That is what is most important. I agree. But I do appreciate you fellas helping me out. It doesn't take long with 3 people of able body to kind of get this stuff over and swept up. Like during this conversation, you've mostly cleaned up a lot of it. If you boys ever looking for some sort of furniture, I'd be happy to help you out and give you a nice discount on it. But uh, I don't know if there's much else you can do to help here. He just kind of looks around, sort of satisfied. Um, I guess you wanted to, you could flip that sign to open on your way out.
No problem,
I
sir.
reckon I can do that.
I guess we'll walk on out then.
Yep. As you guys walk out, flip the sign, and you're back on the street.
I give him a handshake.
He's
Willie
shaking.
Jones, by the
It's
way.
it's one of those left-handed handshakes. Oh, nice to meet you, Mr. Jones. I don't know if you would gotten my name, but it is shit. I don't know why I lost his name, but it was right
That-
there
Earl
in front of me.
Monroe.
Earl Monroe. But it's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome
We'll
to
let you know
Springfield.
if we find. We'll let you know if we find out anything.
I would appreciate it. I very much would. I'd feel a lot better knowing that whatever's going on out there be handled.
We'll see what we can do.
He nods to you guys and then kind of holds the door while you guys make your way out.
Yep, okay, we'll walk on out then.
You guys are on the street corner.
What could
I
these
show
people
the
be
leg.
I'm gonna turn to the guys. What would these people possibly need with just supplies? And that's really all they steal from any of these stores is just standard outdoors stuff. I mean, besides here, stealing wood and nails to possibly build shelter or build something like that.
That's kind of
Yeah.
rather an easy question to answer. Building an army.
See, my mind was going to the burned down area in town. Maybe could these burglaries be poor folk just trying to survive?
Possibly.
I
In
mean,
my
several
mind,
gangs there.
could be them preparing to take over or attack someplace. They may not have struck close to the gang areas to make it seem like it's not them.
True.
But at the same time, it could be for selling medicine and whatnot.
Well, where to next then,
Or to build
gentlemen?
new furniture.
I say we can either go chat with the militia, or well, kind of turn to JP. We could go talk while someone hangs outside
True.
to be settled. And we could go there, or we could go see this whorehouse. If they're the ones dealing in information,
I'll go to the whorehouse, I reckon. I'll be the sacrifice.
Well, that's mighty kind of you, Willie. How noble.
You know, got the big heart now. I'll be seeing y'all as I take out a cigarette.
Just see if you can get anything about what's going on between these gangs or the factory.
Yep, that'd be the first thing on my mind there.
I hope it is.
As Mr. Whitman's broke ass walks towards the whorehouse.
Wonder if Miss Mary knows of her
Oh, yeah.
lover's indiscretions.
Do I hear this?
I said it. I said it after you walked away, and you're hard of hearing. So
That is true. You are hard of hearing.
Yeah, fast.
I'll just shake my head at that.
Yeah. You guys part. One of you headed towards the what is this bitch place called? I had it, and then it was gone.
Heaven's
Oh, the White
Oasis.
Violet. One of you is off to the White Violet, and the other two are headed to the Hawk's Nest, presumably.
Kind of watch Willie
gonna be
walk
walking
off
along.
for a bit and kind of turn. Should we follow him?
What?
Probably.
I love it. It's
Yeah.
like, all right, well, we should split up. Splits up. I don't know if we should have split up.
Just
All
let
right.
him get a few minute lead on us. We're gonna start walking that way.
Okay.
Why am I the one that's untrusted? I didn't burn down a house.
No, you're
Kind of.
trusted. It's just there are bounty hunters out here.
And I gotta make sure you don't betray your woman.
Who?
You know who.
Me?
The love
Me?
of your life.
The love of your life. You killed a demon together. Or, the other Mary. The other love of your life. But no, you watch as Mr. Whitman, under the guise of Willie, walks down the eastern road towards the industrial side of town, and you guys give him a little bit of a lead and then follow him?
Yep.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Let me just get a little quick roll here. Okay, as you guys are walking, everyone just give me a d6 roll, just to see who gets the highest.
I got a 6.
It's a good
I
start.
also got a 6.
It's a great
Roll
start.
again.
No. You two are a group.
Oh,
So
okay.
I really think Daniel may have lost this one. So we're just gonna say it to you guys. As Mr. Whitman starts
I
plotting,
didn't even say what my roll was.
Okay, what'd you roll?
Always assuming I roll low.
I didn't assume you'd roll a low. It's just the other two both rolled a 6. That kind of felt like it settled things.
Did you
Would
roll a
like to
2?
also see if you could roll a 6?
Well, I already did. I got 1.
Okay, so Mr. Whitman, you start with a pep in your step walking towards the White Violet. You're not really sure where you're going, so you have to ask a few people for directions. It takes a couple people. You maybe choose poorly who to ask where the whorehouse is, because you get a few like upturned noses before you finally get to a guy in overalls who seems to be like unloading some feed from probably from out the farms, and he just kind of gives you like that knowing look and kind of like the nod, like, oh yeah, and
course.
he points you in the right direction. But as you two are going about 5 minutes, you say, behind him,
Yeah.
Yeah.
give me notice checks.
5.
5,
11.
11. Okay, so as you're walking, Oliver, you're the one who notices this. as you're kind of walking past the town square area and you sort of pass the threshold of the square to where it's starting to get towards the eastern side of town, uh, you see two men in sort of darker suits, with sort of the peacoat style and bowler hat kind of look upon them, wearing these like weird badges that clearly aren't sheriff badges, talking to a person who they've sort of backed against a wall. And with that 11, you hear the conversation pretty well. Uh, they're they kind of got this younger guy, maybe 19, sort of bedraggled and maybe a little bit worse for wear looking kid, kind of pushed up against the wall. One looks at the other. I don't know about it. I think he knows more than he says he does. Oh, well, we could find some stuff out, couldn't we? I don't know anything. Oh, a little rat like you probably does know something. And he just kind of pushed him against the wall a little bit. Now, if they're breaking into shops, I imagine some little piece of shit like you might be the kind of person to do something like that, or at least know about it. The other one chimes in. Yeah, you probably got some little stupid friends who do something like that. So why don't you tell us what you know? I don't know anything. Yeah, I'm sure you don't. And they kind of like keep harassing him until eventually they just kind of push him down and walk away, content that he doesn't actually know anything. And with that 11 with the raise, you recognize the badge as Pinkerton Detective Agency, as it appears they are also looking into this burglary, which does sort of raise your hackles a little bit as to why they're looking into this.
Yeah. Them big fishes coming in for stolen goods.
Well, it's definitely not gonna be what I assumed. It's definitely something bigger at play here. Turns around. Oh no, we lost him.
Yeah,
He
you
got
also
away.
see this and get some of the gist, JP. You just don't quite get the level of detail that Oliver's getting with his raise.
Yeah, I figured.
But no, you two are able to successfully tail the great Mr. Whitman, unless Mr. Whitman's trying to give you boys the slip.
Did the nice man in overalls tell him which one to recommend when he gets there?
He did not give him the name of a specific woman. Uh, he just had that knowing smile of a man who likes to work hard and play hard.
Man, how messed up would it be if Mary was there?
Well, I mean, that's a pretty big assumption on your part. Maybe a little offensive, honestly, but sure. Carry on.
Her occupation is hunting demons,
And dick.
apparently.
As Mr. Whitman, you sort of cross into this industrial side of town. You start seeing more railways running through stations. Another thing of note, like as you walk past this place, you do see a telegraph seems to be working there. Something you guys didn't really have a chance to utilize in Fayetteville, but if you did have someone you wanted to get a message to, this is something you could utilize if you wanted to. But you sort of get to the eastern side of town where the railways sort of cross through, and you start to see more factories and packing plants, more industrial ventures, and you start heading to the northern side of town until you reach this older, what looks like it was once probably a textile mill, where you see it has been sort of jerry rigged into a more hotel style with a lot of flower boxes all over it, as well as like a more well kept garden and porches around it. And you hear music being played inside, and you see on the sign a white flower, as you believe you found your destination.
I ain't much of a herbalist, but I reckon this might be my place to venture. Well,
He's found
then,
the blooms he's looking for. You walk in, and as you do, you sort of open these two green doors with like glass windows, and as you do, you see a very like open, extraordinarily well lit room. And even this time of day, which is like noonish now, it's a bit raucous in here. As you see sort of dirtier folks look like they're coming fresh out of like a later shift on the factory. You see normal working folks, you see travelers, whatnot, all gathered around drinking as a man's going absolutely maniacal on a piano. Um, a barkeep sending out drinks, and you see several different ladies and fellas walking around a little scantily clad, uh, appearing to solicit folks around as you walk into the White Violet.
Alright. Walk in, spurs are jingling,
Mm-hmm.
stand right in the middle, kind of look around, and I look for my first target
Who was your first
towards the
target?
bar.
Oh,
Anything?
well,
Maybe a bar.
what is your first target? Just tell me what you're targeting.
Targeting maybe a lone worker.
Uh-huh.
That could be like bartender. That doesn't mean worker as in like sex worker.
Yes,
Um,
I see. I see.
lone worker. Someone that looks
Maybe
like they may talk.
give me just a luck check in general.
A luck.
Yeah, just roll me a d6. Higher is better.
4.
Yeah, yeah, passable. It's hard to get someone alone. Well, actually, no, it's extraordinarily easy to get someone alone. However, that costs money. Um, as far as catching someone in the gap in work, there is a barmaid who, in the middle of like shooting out drinks, uh, she's behind the bar with another guy, and they're sort of like distributing drinks pretty quick. And there is a lull that you see start in the middle where the guy is sort of finishing up drinks, where she's just kind of leaning against the bar and kind of catching her breath for a little bit.
All right. Well, she's about to have that rest breath taken away. I'll walk up to her.
All right, you saunter up. She looks to be in her mid 20s. A little bit of a more wide boned lady, curly blonde hair, a very low cut bodice corset on. Um, sort of. She's got more of, just like right off the bat as you see her, she's got more of a worker's build, in that she seems fairly sturdy, and her hands seem a little more rough, as in she might actually do work vertically here as you approach her. She kind of looks up. Oh, sorry, honey. What can I get you?
Take off my hat. Hold up my hand. Mr. Billy Jones to you, ma'am.
You've given now a different name. I like it. She kind of looks a little sideways. Just uh, all right, Geraldine. It's nice to meet you.
Geraldine. It's nice to meet you too.
Can I get you something to drink?
Mm, possibly. Oh, first,
All
I
right.
want to ask some questions.
All right. For starters, I'm not on the menu, honey. I appreciate it, but i- if you want something to drink, I can let you know.
Be honest with you, ma'am. My stomach's been full for a while now, if you catch my drift. A long time ago. I've already had the pleasure of seeing the only menu I've ever needed.
Well, then you're in a bit of a strange place there, Mr. Jones.
Not for someone wanting to know information about this here town and about the goings on that has been happening recently.
She kind of like looks around a little bit. All right, hon. You're new here?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, if you want someone to give you the let's just say the high and the low of this place, just the layout, let you know where to go, who to see, who to talk to, where you can buy this, where you can buy that, I can tell you. But if you're looking for something deeper than that, I can't, because stuff like that costs, and I'm not the one who is running the register on that particular item.
Can you point me to who is, though?
That would be the owner and proprietress, and don't believe she's seen anyone at the moment.
Is she here right now?
She is, but as I said, not seen anyone.
Well, what time is she usually rambling about?
Rambling about is something she does occasionally, but not on any clock. Now, if you would like for me to arrange a meeting with her, I can. However, since you are an unknown factor, the meeting itself is going to cost you a little bit.
All right. And how much would this cost me?
Hmm. Probably run you about $15
$15 for a meeting?
for a meeting.
Man, if that's how much a meeting costs, I wonder how much it is for other activities in this here building. Jeez,
Cheaper.
command poor.
It's significantly cheaper, actually. Uh, there's sort of a quality quantity thing here. There's a lot of pussy walking around, and there's a lot of dick if you're looking for that too. But information is a little more
Oh, ma'am,
valuable, a
I
little
don't need
rare.
the vulgar language now.
She just kind of like eyes you for a little bit. You know where you're at, right?
Yes, I do, man.
Mm-hmm. And vulgar language is kind of what we do.
Oh, I'm just here to help. I don't need you sassing about that now.
She kind of crosses her arms a little bit. Assassin? Hmm.
What I said, man.
Is that what I'm doing? All right. Well, if you've got that $20, you can pony up whenever. Then
$20 now, is it?
she just kind of raises her eyebrows and looks at you. Assassin.
All right then. Well, I may come back
All
and
right.
start walking upstairs.
You're walking upstairs.
Hmm.
You get stopped pretty quick by a bouncer. Now hold on there, friend. Unless you've got accompaniment, you ain't going upstairs.
I just got. I was just wondering about where's the proprietor of this here establishment. I got a complaint. You see.
She she ain't taking visitors, and she certainly ain't taking complaints.
Now I'm a big spender, and I just got verbally assaulted in this here establishment. And I want to talk to the owner.
Who verbally assaulted you?
That's for me to discuss with the owner. And depending on what she says is whether I'll be doing business here again.
Hmm. He kind of looks past you. Hold on.
This is
Hey
also
Geraldine,
is
did you give this man a tongue lashing? And she goes, maybe. Well, did you charge for it? And you hear a bunch of laughing from the rest of the uh the people there. And he sort of chuckles to himself too. All right, friend. You can get yourself a drink. You can get yourself a lady, and if you get yourself a lady, you can go on upstairs. But you ain't talking to the madam unless you have an appointment.
all right. What would it? What's charged for an appointment then?
Geraldine, what's the charge for an appointment? twenty
I
five
say,
dollars.
I
$25.
say under my breath. I'm like, God damn it! When he yells that out. Shit.
It'd be $25.
God damn.
That's the price
How
of the
much it costs
appointment.
for a lady?
Depends on the lady. And it depends on what you want, son.
The cheapest
Sir.
damn whore here.
Whew.
How about you? How about you, big boy?
You just what'd you just say to me?
I don't know. I'm a little loopy. I got some medicine the other day. I'll be seeing you.
Yeah, you're gonna need some medicine if you say something like that again.
Mm, I let the evasive thoughts.
Are you leaving or are you still here? You hanging
No,
out?
no, I'm leaving. I shake my head and tell myself, why the hell do I keep getting myself into these situations?
As
And
you're
the
sort of
investigating type.
as you're sort of walking out, you feel like a body sort of drape over the back of you as you see a neck fully break backwards to turn and face you as you see the dappled lady turn and look at you. You're hardly any fun. You're just going to walk out of this place without doing anything.
Hmm? What you want now? What, you want me to kill them all?
I had other things in mind, but you're just going to walk away without doing anything.
For now? Yeah.
Mm.
You got a problem with that?
I have several problems with it, namely that it's inefficient, but mostly that it's no fun.
Well, then I guess I'm doing the right thing.
Mm. We'll see. As her neck snaps back forward, and she goes beyond your shoulder.
Think you need to go to a doctor is what I think. That neck looks like it'd be hurting. I
As
heard
you
there's some Asian masseuse people that fix that.
you just sort of hear giggling in the back of your head. As you walk out, you guys show up in time to see Mr. Whitman leaving the White Violet.
Well, that was
As-
quick.
I knew we should have come this way.
He's
What are y'all
walking
doing?
out.
Just kind of whistle.
What are y'all doing? I thought you were going to the militia.
Just had a feeling.
Well, your
Seems
feeling
awful
was
quick.
right. If your feeling was right, if you thought I wasn't gonna be able to do all of this, it was like the last time. I did find out a little bit something though.
Oh, good.
Mm-hmm.
The owner of this here establishment is the one that has information,
All right.
but it takes some. Honestly, I don't know how much it costs to get up there. For me, it's $25 plus. Every time I bring it up, it costs $5 more.
So then is the asking price $10 or $15?
I think it started out at 15.
Sounds about right. All right.
There's another thing. You can get past the guard if you buy you a lady, or I guess man. I kind of look at Austin or a man. How you feel
All right.
about
Well,
that though?
how much money do we have?
I got none. That's why I'm leaving.
I gathered that.
They cleaned him dry.
I never had any American.
I got $15. That doesn't help much. Hmm. Mm-hmm. I could get a meeting, but after that, I couldn't pay for any more information. Possibly a favor, but not sure how much those are worth.
I can go up there and make a scare. And you can run up there and talk to her.
No, we ain't gonna. We're doing this subtly.
You'll rile the horse.
Subtly. All right, let's go talk to the militia. See what they say. And if not, I'll make a meeting.
Alright, if you're still going to the militia, then I guess I'll go back inside and just sit at the bar. Still maybe look all depressed and whatnot. Maybe it'll be easy on me. I don't know.
Not just come with us.
I, I kind of want to talk to this Geraldine a little bit more. See if I can get through to her. Kind of like the rough
Alright.
types.
Well, if you do leave, head towards the militia. Let's try to stay as close as we can to each other.
Alright. Actually, how far is that meat? How far is the butcher?
Like where y'all staying at?
Yeah.
From here, probably about 20 minutes.
And how far a walk to the militia, from what we understand?
Probably about a little more than double that. Probably like 35, or a little less than double that. Probably like 35.
Okay.
Alright. Then I'm gonna go to the butcher and then back to the whorehouse. Wait,
Okay.
from the butcher, I'm picking up some meat.
Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting. All right. Well, you all break apart. Mr. Whitman heading to the butcher to acquire the meats,
A chop of that meat.
and then JP and Ollie are headed towards the Hawk's Nest. So you guys start making your way towards the Hawk's Nest. Eventually, you get to the western part of town, which is mostly residential. But then, as you kind of break through, you get to that sort of southwest corner where many blocks seem to be burnt out, and you see many sort of fallen buildings and stuff like that. But you see one building that, just based off the structure, you guys have seen enough to recognize that it was probably a bank at one point that has been mostly rebuilt, and you see militiamen walking around it, and there are several other smaller like shacks that have been built around it, and then a fence around that. As you see a few horses, donkeys, livestock like that, and then militiamen moving in and out of what appears to be their sort of base of operations.
Okay. I guess someone's at the head of this fence.
No, not really.
Or
Once you go up to the fence, you see people walking around, but the entrance to the bank is sort of open, and you see a militiaman behind what used to be a teller's box.
Hmm.
You guys gonna go on into the bank?
Yeah, just
Yeah,
walk
might
on
as
up.
well.
You guys walk on in. You see a guy sort of wearing that same sort of frock you guys have been seeing with the gray hawk on the back and sort of like greenish coat. He's just sitting there uh, with a fountain pen, kind of filling in some stuff in what looks like a ledger as you guys step on in. He sort of closes the book, moves it to the side. Are you here to report a crime?
No, not at
You here to
all.
request help?
The opposite of that one. We're here to help.
Here to join the militia. Excellent. There's not a lot of formality to go over, but we can talk about some sort of a your initiation, what pay you'll get, armament and training, whatnot. It's not a long process. You will need to be vetted though. What's your names?
Edmund Buck.
Peter
Oh,
Johnson.
Peter Johnson.
And well, we're just passing through town, and we figured we'd lend a hand while we were still here. More of a temporary thing.
All right. As long as you understand, at the moment, the militia is not suitably equipped to pay for bounties or anything of the like, unless extenuating circumstances prevent themselves. Any help given will be done so on a volunteer basis.
Well, that's fine. We heard about the shopkeep who got busted up, and he told us about some kind of gang needed some help with.
That's a that's a lot of that's a messy pie you're talking about there. As far as the gang goes, I don't know. Benton's Raiders is its own thing, but the burglary, if you have any information pertinent to that or would like to help, we won't turn it away. It started out as small potatoes. We were trying to figure it out, trying to help where we could. But now that someone's gotten hurt, there's a bit of a renewed interest in it and a bit more urgency attached to it. Do you have anything to report? Do you want to What capacity are you here to help?
Like I said, we helped Mr. Monroe out cleaning up his shop and all, and from what we were talking about, he just kept bringing up this gang. That seems to be an issue, and that the militia didn't have enough men to, well, address it.
Mm-hmm.
The gangs are an issue, but we have seen no evidence to imply that the gangs are the ones behind these incidents. Break-ins like this seem, I don't know, small fish to them. Unless one of them got drunk and decided to do it, but I think that coincidentally them getting drunk for the past 2 weeks and doing this over and over again isn't really the type of thing we'd see. But I can give you information if you want it.
I'd be more than happy.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know how much you know about Benton's Raiders, but they are a group of former cavalrymen, served the Union, dishonorably discharged after they fled the field. I think it was the fourth Battle of Lexington, maybe the fifth, I don't remember. They fled the field, were dishonorably discharged, and disavowed by the military. They came out here, they're technically wanted, however, the military is not making any effort to come out and subdue them, and the militia and the sheriff's office are not willing to accept the losses it would take to bring them to heel. We've mostly just been trying to contain them. There's been a few skirmishes, a few fights, but it hasn't erupted into bloodshed yet. We're trying to keep it that way. Hiram Benton is an opportunist and a scumbag. We know that he's moved drugs through the city, though he makes sure not to sell them here, because that would, of course, that level of hurting people we would have to answer, so he doesn't, because he's not stupid. Shakes down people and stuff like that, but that's really all we have on him. And then as for these burglaries, there have been about 4 shops hit and then 2 residents hit. Some small amount of money was taken. Firearms have been taken, ammunition has been taken, general supplies have been taken, medical supplies have been taken, clothes have been taken. All of which seem to be in the southern section of the city, more or less.
All right. Well, I guess that helps.
If you find anything else out and would like to report it, you can always report it here. And the sheriff's office is also more than happy to assist. They haven't really been doing as much in this particular investigation. They've been leaving it to us while they handle other things. But if you report to them, they could also either get it to us or help you with it.
Okay. Good to know.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Might I ask what the sheriff and the deputies have had their hands full with?
In general, there have been a few things they've been working on. One is that the general safety of the town is more or less their concern, but they're more or less focused with residential operations, keeping the citizenry safe, whereas the militia has been more focused on maintaining the commerce of this place, meaning we protect the farms on the outside and try to take care of the financial district and the mercantile districts. The industrial district handles itself more or less, but the sheriff's office more or less maintains control over the rest of the place, mostly residential. And lately, I don't know, the town's just been cropping up with problems. We've had these issues with the burglaries. The Puckett woman just got hanged. That was a bit of a messy affair. Uh,
What was about that? We saw that on our way in.
Joanne Puckett, well, from what everyone can tell, she kind of snapped. Killed her husband, seemingly out of nowhere. It it was one of those scandalous events that people like to talk about. And the more people talk, the more out of proportion it got blown. The more out of proportion it got blown, the more, well, the more folk sort of flocked to it, I guess. Every bit of evidence suggests that it was her, from everything we understand. She was found at the scene, covered in blood, with the murder weapon. It was about as closed case as you could find. The only problem being is that no one can figure out a reason. She certainly didn't give one. She, by all accounts, seemed happy with her husband, who everyone said was a good man. When asked if he had been beaten on her or done something to her, she said no. When asked why she killed him, she just didn't say anything. And yeah, that stirred up the town. Though the industrial district does lend to itself ever since two groups over there have started fighting, a lot of the sheriff's department has been on the sort of eastern side of town. They don't really go into the industrial district, but they do try to maintain control over the residential areas there, just on a precautionary basis. I also think there's a missing child they're looking for at the moment.
Missing
Who's the
child?
child?
Uh, a young boy. Uh, what was his name? He just kind of sits there and thinks for a minute. His name was Morris. Morris Gable. He's up in the north side of town. Some of the richer folks. One day his mama came down and he just wasn't in his room. She looked around, couldn't find him. That was 2 or 3 days ago. And they've been really trying to find a little boy, but I haven't come up with anything yet.
All right. And the woman who was hung, you said Elizabeth?
How dare you? I had her name.
Joanne.
Joanne Puckett
Joanne,
was the
yes.
one who was hung.
Miss Puckett.
Mhm.
Did her and her husband live on this side of town or on the other side of town?
No, they lived up on the northern side of town. I believe the Pucketts owned a stage company. They ran stages up northeast toward Chicago.
Okay. They have any kin? Anyone who might know what was about that situation?
Not in town. I think they have a son, but I think he's moved on. I don't know where he's at. I don't know if anyone's been able to get in contact with him, but he moved away a little while ago.
Right. Nasty business.
It is, but nasty business crops up a little more and more every year, it seems.
All right, well, I guess that's all the information we could need.
I think I agree with you there.
Anything else we can help you with before we head out?
I don't know. If you could take any of these things off our plate, we'd appreciate it. We still have to work on them, but if you can find an answer for any of them, we'd appreciate it.
Will do.
Between watching the fields of the West lately, it's getting a little more dangerous, and then Captain White's just a bit overwhelmed right now. So anything you can do to take anything off our plate and her plate, we'd appreciate.
What's going on in the West? What's attacking you exactly?
It's not so much an attack. It's lately there has been something killing cows out west, near the pastures. We can't find it, and it hasn't hurt anyone yet. But what it's doing to the cows is unnerving. It signs of something bigger than what we're used to, and we've been beefing up patrols pretty significantly. But we've been worried about some of the western farmsteads. We've been in constant contact with them, and they're fine for now. But the loss of their cattle and idea that there's something out there that preying on something as big as cows is a bit unnerving.
Just killing them, eating them, vanishing.
It's just killing, from what we can tell.
When this start?
2 or 3 weeks ago. I think we've lost about a dozen heads so far.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll keep all this in mind, and we'll see what we can do to help you fellas out.
We appreciate it.
Of course.
And like I said, we have no contracts out right now for payment. This is all strictly volunteer, but I know the captain. If you bring her something substantial, you might be able to get some pay out of it. But it'd have to be substantial.
Understood.
I like the sound of that.
Alright.
I
Well,
guess we're
appreciate
leaving.
you, gentlemen.
Yep.
You gotta
Yes,
step
sir.
out.
Appreciate you.
And as you do, we'll go back to Mr. Whitman plodding his way happily to his own tune back to the butcher shop. You open the door to the butcher shop, and you see Frederick behind the counter chopping up some meat. Hey there.
Sir,
Need something?
Willie Jones here.
I know who you are, yes.
I need some meat that you've prepared. If you'd be willing.
Can you be more specific?
Uh-huh. Any meat would do. Finely cut by master craftsmen such as yourself.
How much?
Oh, a few pounds, I reckon, whatever you can spare. Trying to
Okay.
get some answers, and I'm gonna offer it as a tribute, I reckon. That's
Alright.
something you can do for me.
Sure. I guess. Sure. He walks over and like seems to be carving off kind of like a lamb shank type situation, and he walks over and puts it down. I'm not gonna charge you for this because you are my guest at the moment, but I don't know. Just take it.
Oh, if this ends up working, yeah, you'll be paid back twice forward for it.
Well, I eagerly await that. He just kind of leans back and looks at you with kind of a cocked head, just sort of tilted. I assume you walk out with a brown bag filled with meat.
Yep,
You walk out with a wrapped shank. Are you going back to the whorehouse with your meat?
I'm going to the whorehouse with my meat.
Excellent. Fantastic. Alright. You approach the whorehouse and step in. First thing I'm gonna need you to do is I'm gonna need just a raw. You can either give me persuasion, performance, or raw spirit.
I'll go with spirit.
Because you're walking into this place after everything that just happened, and you're gonna try to just step back in and not take shit.
Yep.
Give me a check. Just give me a roll for this. I'm gonna say the DC on this is 5.
There's a raw one, so no
Raw.
second.
No, you get the second
I,
die. It's just yeah, you can get your second die.
I got a 5.
Okay, that is what it is. You walk in and it's too busy for anyone to acknowledge the guy who got laughed at earlier and who almost got punched by a bouncer. As you walk in, and you still see Geraldine minding bar. It's only been less than an hour since you last left.
I go up to Geraldine.
Uh huh.
I go to the bar.
Uh huh.
Ma'am, Mr. Willie Jones. Take off my hat.
She kind of turns, closes her eyes, leaves them there for a minute, opens them up. Can I help you, Mr. Jones?
Well, thought I was a little rude to you, I reckon. I was in search of answers and I forgot my manners, I reckon. And I came to here to, with my meat, wanted to offer it to you.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you just say that, or do you push the meat forward?
I then slapped the meat on the counter.
I need a persuasion check. I don't know. The DC on this is like a 7.
I have a 5.
All right. You gonna chip it or you gonna take it?
No, I ain't gonna chip it.
You're not gonna chip it?
No, no.
She looks down at the raw meat that you have flopped on her bar. It's wrapped, obviously. She looks up at you, looks back down at it. You, is this normal from where you come from?
Well, I figured you could use it to procure someone some a good meal.
I don't even. You know, a lot of people don't really eat when they come here. Like, folks do have food, but they they again. She just kind of like steeples her fingers in front. You understand what this place is?
Yes, I do, ma'am. And after activities are done, people will get hungry, and figured some nice protein will go good after their activities. And you can upcharge them a good bit because this is good quality meat right here. Slap it.
She looks down at the meat. I don't want to. I don't really have the time to explain the concept of the in and out sort of flow we try to keep here. But after people finish, we try to get them out. You get what I'm saying? Because we get them out, someone else can come in.
Right, man. But with this, you can upcharge them a little bit more for.
I'm not here to.
Look,
I'm not here to debate our business model with you.
look, I give it a good slap in, ma'am.
Quit slapping
I'm
it.
just I'm just trying to be level-headed with you now. Like you
Is
can even
that
take
what
it
this
home
is?
to your family, take it as a gift, and cook it for your family. I don't know if you're married or not, probably not, but maybe you are. Times are hard, and
Okay, a lot of things just keep being said. All right. If you would like me to take this meat from you, I will take this meat from you.
you want my meat, ma'am?
She just kind of stares at you for a little bit.
I kind of brush my hair a little bit, pretty it up.
Okay. And she just kind of like snaps her fingers over at one of the bigger guys over by the staircase and just kind of points at you. And he starts walking on over.
I hold my hat with both my hands. What do you say, ma'am? You seem like a kind woman.
Do I? Is that what you have gleaned from me? Is my aura of kindness?
Yes, ma'am, because you've shown that you can deal with
A meaty
some raggedy,
paw kind of
some,
lands on your shoulder.
some raggedy old stranger. And I just want, and I look up, I just want to accept my gift. And my apology.
I'll let you get one more persuasion check in. This one's an 8.
I got a 3.
All right, sir. You coming out? Come on. And he starts to pull you out towards the door. Are you-
I don't give
are
them
you-
any. I don't give them any resistance. I
Okay.
turn away.
You are escorted out of the
Just,
White Violet.
just remember, who gave you that meat, ma'am?
I
And
will never
and think
forget.
about and and think about. Just don't forget me. Maybe maybe you'll change your mind one day.
You are pushed through the door, and the door closes behind you. You're outside the White Violet now.
Well, I guess I'll make my way to the militia area.
Okay, you
Try to
guys
find the
start
others.
heading back. Um, yeah, you guys are able to meet back up sort of as you guys are making your way back into town proper.
How'd it go?
Well, poorly, as always.
Okay. We got a few leads.
Mm.
So
That's
the militia was more than happy to have us help out. They won't pay us for anything unless it's something big. But we got a few avenues. For the Puckett lady who was hung for killing her husband, but no one believes it. That happened on the richer side of town, up north. So we could try to go check that out. They're not supposed to have any kin in town, but they ran some kind of coach business. Maybe they were running something for the factory. But we could check that out. Supposedly on the north side of town, some kid went missing a couple days ago. We could try to look into that. If you cause too much of a scene, I'm not asking, but if a lot of people saw you, we could head out west and watch over the fields for a night. They said something big is killing cattle. That could be more up
well,
in our alley and getting good graces with the militia.
we are good hunters. That may be a good choice regardless of the commotion, but I didn't make that much of a commotion. I did give her my meat. May
I
help
thought
you.
you didn't have any money.
Alfred gave me lent me some meat. I'll pay him back once when we get some money. Solve one of these issues. You might be able to. I think I sweetened her up a little bit. You might have a little bit of ease if you go and talk to her and try to get that meeting with that woman.
Jefferson
But
lent you money?
do what?
Jefferson lent you money? Didn't see
No,
me go that far out of it.
he lent me the meat. I'm gonna pay him back as soon as we get some money.
Well, I will ask no further questions. That's all I need to know. JP, what are you thinking?
Right there with you. I think we gotta go take a look at this cattle problem. Get the graces of this militiaman.
Anybody need to take care of anything in town before we head that way? We could go grab our horses, I guess. That'd make more sense.
Yep. Head out there and see if we can find any clues leading to this beast. Most likely a vampire or something.
I hope not. It'd be
As the
going after bigger.
massive leap is made.
So it sounds like horses, and I'll swing by the Hughes to grab my breastplate because
Okay.
that should be about ready.
Yeah, that would work.
Yeah. JP knows where the horses were saddled, as he was the one who stabled them. He goes to do that. Oliver, you show up. You have to wait about 45 minutes as you watch him put the finishing touches on your breastplate. He seems to have hammered out a lot of it and sort of like smoothed over some of it, very much polished it up a little bit, and then applied like a coating of sort of like a resin on top of it to provide it with some like protection from weathering. On the shoulder, there is a noticeable steel patch on it, but other than that, it does look like it's in pretty good shape now. You can restore it to its full value.
Mighty. That's +2, right?
Yeah, it goes from +1 to +2.
Oh, thick.
Yes.
I should buy me one of those.
Thank him profusely. His work is immaculate.
Yeah. I appreciate that. I can get to work on your sword. And I'll start fresh tomorrow, and it'll be a few days for it, just because working silver is gonna be a more delicate process. But I'll make sure to have it done.
Shit, I'm gonna need it.
I mean, he's
Oh,
not gonna start on it today. So if you want to leave with it, you can drop it off tomorrow morning.
No. It'll be fine. I have a gun.
Okay.
Just, damn it, I didn't think we'd be going this way.
I
Yeah.
just thought about that. Oh,
We mostly.
do we wanna put that on hold and see if we can find this kid?
I think the kid will be harder than whatever's killing the cows. I figure we spending like a
Kid'll
night or
keep. The
maybe
kid'll
two.
keep. It'll keep.
Kid'll
It'll be
keep.
fine.
If it happened on the rich side of town, someone snatched a kid and they're just holding it for ransom. It's fine.
People don't kill children.
Yeah. And if it is, it's one more dead kid. It's all right.
It's only monsters do that. Those don't exist here. All right, JP. I guess we'll finally get back with the horses.
All right. You come back with the horses, and your plan is to go out to the western fields and kind of stake out what you can see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In that case, you guys ride out. Uh, do you go ahead and ride out and kind of check things out during the daylight, or do you wait till it gets dark?
I figure have lunch, head on out, and then we'll check stuff out during the day. Uh, that way we can check in sunlight, and then if we can ask questions if we need to.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. You guys make your way out to the western field, sort of trotting along on your way, and you get to the point to where you're sort of in these expansive like grazing pastures for cows, and wheat and corn seem to be the real crops that are growing out here a lot. Um, and as you get to these sort of western expanse, you see about maybe a dozen or so farms, each with fields attached to them. Still within view of the city, like you still can see the city. It's a good ride back to the city. Like you can see the city, but if you wanted to get back, it would take you probably a 20-minute ride to get back. And that's on horseback. It'd probably be more like 45 minutes on foot. But you approach these like small cottages and farmhouses on the outskirts.
But,
What are we looking for? How are we going about this?
I guess go to the first cottage.
Okay.
Or is there anyone in the
Um,
field or anything?
yeah, there are people in the fields.
Do
Seem to be
we?
doing tilling, threshing stuff, whatnot. It's sort of later in the summer, so there's a bit of that sort of late harvest going on right now, like early harvest going on before the big harvest in the fall.
I guess stroll up to first like farmer.
Yeah, I
Kill
was gonna
cattle.
say if can we see any recently killed cattle?
Mm, no, you don't see any that are like recent kills. That being said, just based off the world you live in, you've got at least a little knowledge of how this would go. If something killed a cow and didn't eat it in any way, they've probably gone ahead and taken the cow away to like salvage what they could off of it.
Okay.
Oh.
But you don't see any bodies laying in the field or anything like that. But you do see farm hands at work.
Go up to the first white farmer.
Okay, you find a guy kind of in like a straw hat and sort of he doesn't have a shirt on, and he's just kind of got those sort of canvas pants on, as he's just kind of running a sort of turning plow attached to a mule down a sort of what is it called, a fallowed field, getting it ready for next year.
Sir, Mr. Willie Jones.
uh, Jake. He reaches out and shakes your hand. What do you want?
We're out here. We heard that there might be some commotion with the beast. Heard of anything like that?
What do you mean commotion with beasts? We ain't got no beasts out here unless you're talking about the mule.
Uh, the what?
The mule. And he kind of slaps his mule who's turning the thing right there. That's the only beast I got, at least.
Haven't heard of any cows been getting eaten.
Oh yeah. No, I heard about that, but there ain't no beasts. It's just dead cows.
Whose farm is that going on in it?
Oh, a couple, I reckon. They on this side there's only about 3 farms to do the cows. I think all of them mostly seen some of their head gone. I don't
You
fool with
lost,
no livestock. I do the planting. It's easier. It's more reliable, is what it is.
so you haven't lost any of them?
I ain't got no cows. No, I got a few goats and some chickens. They're close to the house. I reckon if something killed them, I'd have heard it though.
All right then. Best to you. Hopefully your crop grow good this season.
Oh, it's gonna. And he just gets the mule going again.
I guess mosey over to the one that have cows.
An excellent start. Um, yeah, you kind of make your way a little further down, and you find a sort of a younger lady with braided hair, wearing overalls, uh, moving with the help of a dog and on horseback, sort of moving some cows into a secondary pasture, sort of a pen for some sort of maintenance. You don't know what, as she's sort of
Alright.
pushing them all in.
I take off my hat. Ma'am, is the man of the house in?
She kind of turns and looks at you. I don't reckon, not at the moment, no.
I guess maybe you'd do with you. Mr. Willie Jones to you, ma'am.
Jane Cassidy.
You lost any cows recently?
She kind of gets a little prickled at that. What's it to you?
Well, ma'am, I'm here to kill that heifer killer.
She kind of look. You from the militia?
Nah, man.
Nodding in the background.
Yes. She looks to you and then back to you and then back to you and then to JP and then back to you and looks at the horse. All right. Well, yeah, we've lost a couple. Well, more than a couple now, I guess. About 4.
Whereabouts do you keep these dead cattle?
I mean, don't really have any at the moment. We've got one, but it's mostly cut up now.
Can you describe how the wounds it took?
It, long gashes, uh, something sharp cleave through it. It looked like.
All right, like how many gashes? They look like claw marks, like running down its stomach or anything like that.
It seemed to be to me. I think it was 3.
When did these how often and what time of night or day did those incidents occur?
I don't really know. The cows make noises throughout the night. No one really noticed until the morning.
So they usually happen at night. How
Oh, most certainly. Someone would have seen something during the day.
and how often is this? Like once a night or?
Not quite once a night. Every few nights, it seems. It's not exactly, from what I can tell, a pattern. It just kind of happens.
Well, Miss, might I ask, do you let the cattle just range at night, or you keep them to a pen?
We keep them in the back pasture mostly. It's smaller to where we still have access to them, but we don't pin them up, or we don't pin up all of them. We don't have the space to pin them all up, but
Right.
it's never the ones in the pens that are getting killed.
Okay. And do the surrounding farms do something similar?
Mostly, from what I understand. Some of the smaller ones are able to keep most of their cattle in pens close to the back, but other than that, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Like my friend here said, we're with the militia, and we're here to solve that problem.
She cocks the head
Yeah.
just a little bit.
Nod
Mhm.
confidently.
I'm nodding up and down now.
Oh boy. No, we're
Give
gonna solve this
me
problem.
a persuasion check.
With advantage? Yes, I will.
No. I don't think it is with advantage.
9.
Sure. She just kind of like dusts her hands and climbs off her horse. All right. We'll take any help we can get. We don't need to lose any more cows. She walks up to you. I guess all 3 of you now. Get you anything you need. What is it that you think? Will help, I guess.
I can only really think of 2 things. Uh, I know you said you already butchered the cow. Any leftovers might help to lure the thing out.
Sure, I suppose. We'd prefer to keep any meat, though. It's the best way to get at least a little bit back from the cow.
Uh, you can keep the meat if there's anything else. Anything you'd just throw out, maybe. Feed the dogs.
I mean, the innards, sure, and then maybe the hide you could have. We probably would sell it to the tanner, but it's not worth that much, especially since it's been tattered a little bit.
I'd take that hide.
All right, sure.
And yeah, we'll take the hide and we'll see what we can't work with. I don't want to ask for a cow just yet.
All right. Um, sure. Follow me. And she leads you back to a barn, sort of like a smokehouse type situation, where you see some of essentially like the giblets of a cow have been more or less left to kind of soup up a little bit before they probably get turned to fertilizer type deal. But they're there, and then a hide is also there, sort of like hung up on the wall, getting ready to be presumably sold to a tanner, but it's got very long gashes in the sides of it.
Go ahead and just take the hide, drape it over one of the horses, and I guess maybe ask for like a bucket or something to carry everything else.
Yeah, no, she gives you like a small, essentially a barrel. Like this is a good amount. This is a full cow's inside. So she gives you a barrel and then loads it up and then leaves it to you all to find a way to transport it out.
Sure, we can tie that to the other horse.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of drag it, right?
Sure.
All right, well, thank you kindly.
Well, you're welcome, I suppose. Not often you get thanked for handing someone a bucket full of guts, but I'll take it. And thank you, I suppose, if you can actually find out whatever's killing the cows. We'd appreciate it.
Do our best, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, one last question. Where was the last cow killed?
I suppose it would have been ours. So, out in the back pasture, she kind of like walks out of the barn and points. So essentially, there is a small sort of corral type situation behind the farmhouse. But then maybe 400 or 500 yards out, she kind of points towards like a further fence. It was near the fence out there.
All right, near the fence. Thank you. And
You're
we go.
welcome.
Yep. That's where we head.
You guys meander on over there. And you get to this sort of like fenced area where she's kind of gestured the sort of area that they think it happened at. What are you doing?
I guess let's try to scope out the land first.
And let's start with some survival checks. This
Mhm.
is
Okay.
Willie Jones's ballpark now.
All right. I got a
And I
5
can.
on this.
You
Okay.
wanna chip?
I got a 9 on mine.
Oh,
Glad you take a
shit.
chip.
Take a chip.
You take a chip.
Do another one.
You roll one more time.
Why am I? You sure?
Yeah, because you got like a D8 in this or something.
No, I got a D6. I just get really good at rolling survival.
All right,
Yeah,
well,
no.
I still trust you.
JP and Mr. Whitman actually have the same survival.
Take a chip.
Like for some reason, like I always roll good on survival, but fucking nothing else. Like
I
that
believe
is
in
an
you.
8.
8. Okay,
Hey.
so JP still has the highest roll. You guys sort of walk around. JP, what you notice, kind of off the bat, you're with Mr. Whitman. You're able to find sort of the site where it looks like the cow died, where you see some like blood staining on a fence post and a sort of a splotch spot on the ground where it's clear that this is probably where it died. Um, with that survival check, a few things you note. One, it does not look like the cow ran. It looks like whatever killed it here and on the spot, and it didn't get a chance to flee.
Okay.
And two, the fact that you're not seeing like a lot of, for one, damage to the fence based off of where you're seeing the blood, and then the area around is not too torn up. It seems like this animal was killed extraordinarily fast.
Okay.
So whatever killed it likely surprised it and dispatched it incredibly quickly. Um, with a 9, you're not able to find anything like prints or any sign around it. This is, even though there's not like huge sign of a struggle here, this is a pasture for grazing, so a lot of hoof prints, a lot of churned earth, difficult to find tracks. But that's kind of the things you note is just it seems a very efficient kill.
Okay. Well, boys, from the way the ground is laid out and lack thereof blood sporadically in all directions, I would say this cow was killed right where it stood very quickly. Probably didn't even see it coming.
So ambush type.
Yep, I'd say so. Or something fast and powerful enough to just pop up, hit, and die.
Well, I figure we can try to maybe set up a decoy with the hide, and then maybe use some of the leftovers as bait. Maybe it'll catch a scent, come out, and come back. Maybe. I don't know. Just an idea.
Definitely worth a shot. If it doesn't work, we might have to try again tomorrow night with live bait.
All right, so is that your plan to try to make up some sort of decoy here to try to draw bait in an attack?
Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do.
All right. So how do you go about making this sort of trap type situation?
I figure what we really need is like to basically use the barrel and drape the hide over it.
Mm-hmm.
And so we just need to prop up this damn barrel.
Okay.
That's my thing. I'm open to ideas. That's just first thing that comes to mind.
No, that should work good, well enough, and then try to use the spare guts as maybe underneath it. That way it
Like
doesn't.
I think we throw that out and maybe like past the fence
We could do that.
and like try to trail back.
Yeah, that might work. I guess we'll find out if it wants something with a pulse, like Daniel's vampire.
Okay. All right. So you guys set it up. Uh, you can give me a survival check, see how well you can kind of do this. You can do this as a group. You'll have to do this as a group. So one person make the check, and then if you guys would like to assist.
You want to make the check, Daniel, and we'll assist you.
Alright, I got 10.
I got a 7.
I got a 3.
Okay. So what? So Austin will add. Wait, is Austin the primary on this?
No, Daniel was. He was a
Okay, so
10.
10. Okay, so 11. Well done. Like you're confident in this. You're able to drape it. Like it doesn't look like a cow, but if this is the type of thing that hunts by scent, it's convincing. This is convincing. Maybe more as carrion than as a living animal because decay has set into a point to where it'd be difficult to sell this as alive. But you're convinced that if you were hunting like you think if you were back home and hunting like a bear, this would work.
Well, now we wait.
Where are you guys waiting?
In the barrel.
This is
No.
an open field.
In the bush.
There are no bushes.
In the trees.
There are no trees. This is a field.
We're gonna prop up like scarecrows. Crucify me, boys.
I like it.
There's no like tree line or anything?
I mean, there is, but it's further out past the fields. Like, if you
How
want to
far?
get,
I mean, we could legitimately have one dude post up like a scarecrow, another dude in the one of the shotgun boys in the barrel, just ready to go.
So you want to put someone in the gut barrel?
First thing to touch it, you go blam.
JP can do that since he's really good at doing surprise actions.
Just put him in the barrel. I love the idea, JP. It's a great idea. So you should get in that barrel.
I was gonna
He
be
can-
the scarecrow.
He can push.
Like, again, like this is a field. Like there are cornfields, but this is a pasture. Scarecrow could work, but there's no reason for a scarecrow to be in the middle of a pasture.
Maybe I gotta
How
scare
far-
the crows away from my cows, Brian.
I figure we all back up like 50 feet, and then we fan out. You know, pretty far
could.
enough away so we can cover more ground, and we might even like
How close is the closest shed, building, stable from where
It'd
we're
be
set
one of
up?
the buildings from the lady you talked to from one of Jean's, so it would be like probably 300 or 400 yards.
Okay.
How far is trees?
Trees further, and they would be further out away from the field, so probably the nearest tree line would be a kilometer.
Okay.
What?
So we may just
This
have
is a
to.
large
Alright.
grazing area around a city.
we're in the
Yeah,
plains.
I'd say, yeah, welcome to the Midwest. There ain't no trees.
Like you guys had the luxury of trees coming in because you were at the foot of a mountain.
Is there any hill?
No, not really.
Yeah.
Fucking flat.
It's pretty. Yes, it's. I'm trying to tell you that it's pretty fucking flat.
Where's this fucking thing coming from?
That's what we're
That
here to
is for
find
you
out.
to figure out.
It's coming from the earth, Daniel.
The is the thing two-story? The
The
barn.
bill, the barn. There's a hayloft in it. Like I would call it 2-story. There's a hayloft.
That works. I'll post in the hayloft and fucking look around.
That's pretty far, though. That's what you said, 400 meters?
Yards.
Yeah, so about 1,200 feet. If there's anyone who has a chance of posting up there, it's actually Ollie, because he actually has a scope.
That's so well out of range for my rifle.
No, you could take
The
a
light.
fucking Hail Mary of a shot. Like you're the only one capable of shooting at that range.
Yeah,
No one else can even take a shot. You can take a horribly disadvantaged shot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, my max range is 120.
nah, I think we put our little decoy past the fence,
Mm-hmm.
so to kind of like have it out in the open even more so. Assuming we're working with like a dumb animal, and then we back up, and then spread the hell out, so we can cover as much ground as possible, but we stay within like, you know, pistol range.
Okay. So staying within pistol range, assumedly the long range of a pistol.
Are you assuming
Correct.
pistol range of each other or pistol range from the barrel?
From the barrel.
Okay.
I don't care if I have to shoot you. I can run to you if I have to. Or well, no. JP has a rifle now,
I do have
so
a
we could
rifle
back
now.
up even further.
Well, my only concern with getting too far apart from each other is this thing probably one-shot the cow. And it was quick about it. Do we want to risk somebody getting mollywopped and thrown straight into
I ain't no
peril?
cow.
I ain't a cow, so I'm gonna be kind of close to the barrel because I got a shotgun.
JP talking from the dude with a 5 toughness.
I mean, yeah,
All I'm
you're.
hearing over there is moo.
JP's gonna
But
get
yeah,
in the barrel.
So I'm using JP's rifle, which I know is better than everyone else's, as an example. So it has 120 as its max range. So that means he can shoot at long range at 600 feet.
My loot.
So JP has a 600-foot range at max distance.
Okay, that's pretty goddamn good.
Yeah.
He
I
has
got
a
like
shooting for,
96.
like,
Yeah, remember
D4.
when looking at your ranges, those are inches on the board.
Mm-hmm.
So
Shit,
multiply
okay.
it by 5. And that is the effective range of your firearm.
Okay. Okay.
Guns have gun range.
All right, so I guess we can make. Do you want to try to triangulate in a way around it to get maximum coverage?
I am not saying this is like not the triangulation, whatever you guys want to do. Not the thing I'm still asking is how are you going to hide in the open plain?
My butt's gonna rub
I-
dirt on me.
I'm
Crouching
laying
in the god. Yes.
Okay.
Gonna lay in the tall grass.
I just need to know how difficult this is of a stealth check.
I'm gonna find. Has it rained recently?
Not super recently, no.
Well, we could go get some water, make a nice little puddle of mud, roll in it, hide our scent a little bit.
I ain't doing all that. I'm just laying down.
Yep. I will lay down. Crouch
Alright.
in the tall grass.
JP's gonna roll in the mud.
Okay, JP rolls in the mud. You guys are how far away from each other? I never got a definitive answer.
We are in a
I am-
perfect triangulation.
That's
60, 60,
say
60.
200 feet.
200 feet?
Yup.
200 feet.
Okay. 200 feet away in a triangle.
100 foot.
An
either way.
equilateral triangle.
Did you say 100 feet?
Fucking God.
I'm 100 feet away from the barrel, facing to the north, scanning in a 45-degree angle of my firing sector.
Every second you guys take to plan this out, I'm adding a CR to this thing. I'm jacking it up the more I have to listen to this.
Sure.
Okay. 100 feet.
Yes.
Cool. Okay, so you guys all take up your positions. JP rolls around in the mud. You all lay down, post up, prone up, watching the direction of your meat trap. Night begins to fall. I need stealth checks from everyone. JP, you can add +1 to yours for rolling around in the mud.
Yeah. Watch me freaking naked eyes this. I shoot a pot shot in the sky. That's fun.
Blam!
Or,
You got a 4?
Got a 9.
Got a 9?
JP rolled a 13 plus 1, 14.
Okay, a 14.
And it sees everyone.
Okay, so the night falls. You're all watching. You start hearing crickets in the night. You see lantern light and gas lamps start to wink out in the farmhouses behind you as they start to go to sleep. Cows are all brought in. There's still some wandering the fields as you all lay there watching, waiting. An hour passes. Nothing. 2 hours pass. Nothing. 3, 4. It's about midnight. Still nothing. About 1 o'clock. I need a notice check from all of you.
get a 4.
Okay.
Gonna use a chip.
I got an 8.
18.
Whew, that was the highest I've ever rolled in this.
Oh my God.
I'll go ahead and give you guys an input. I just rolled a 46.
Hmm.
This thing,
I
we're
ro-
we're trying to find the fucking predator.
I just rolled a fucking 46.
Thing is naturally invisible.
I told y'all we should have stuck together.
You're
One of
guys-
us is gonna
wrong on
get
that.
one of us is gonna get drug away, and no one's even gonna see it happen.
Wonder who.
You guys sit there in the dark. The moonlight shines down on you. It's not a full moon anymore as the moon is starting to crest back down. Uh, it's darkish. Like it's not by any means the kind of light you could use to see by. But you're close enough and you've got a good enough point of view that you can watch. You don't see anything, you don't hear anything. Another hour passes. Another hour passes. Another hour passes. A few more, and the sun starts to rise. I need more notice checks.
Goddamn thing took our barrel.
9.
Okay?
3.
12.
Okay. As you all start to blink, very tired, I might add, looking up and around, your barrel is untouched. You all see each other, give the wave signal, everyone's okay. And who got the 11 or
Ollie got a 12.
12? As you turn and wave to Mr. Whitman, you see about 150 yards down the way a cow dead on the ground.
Son of a bitch.
Got us.
Get up. Just kind of.
Fucking 46. I could have took your pants and you wouldn't have known. I could have
No,
stole
that's
your
something.
wallet. I could have mounted Harold on a fucking wall, built the wall behind you. You turn around and see it.
Don't you touch Harold.
I was really worried he was gonna steal one of the horse. Be like, you turn around, the horse is dead. All of them.
But you walk
As we're
over.
all getting up, yep. Head that way.
You all head over to the corpse of this cow. You all look down at it and you see long, lacerating slices down its side.
Mm.
It looks like 3 slices down the side and then 3 more in the throat region.
Ready. Well, I think we need a new plan tonight, gentlemen.
It's like we gotta use a lot of bait this time.
That we do.
I think we got to start with survival checks. We got to look for prints, and someone needs to check the actual cow.
That's true. Y'all want to do a group one or individuals? Would this be individual?
You can do it individual or group. It's your
Okay.
call.
Yeah. If you do want to look for like prints or something,
Yeah,
I can check the actual cow.
that'll work. I'll look around for some
So-
prints.
You're checking the actual cow, Chance.
Yeah.
What exactly are you looking for in the cow?
I guess just checking the wounds, like if there was anything maybe like left through the gashes,
Mm-hmm.
if there's anything through the cuts, if like the cow's eyes are anything weird.
Okay, so this is less of a survival check and more of a healing check.
Yeah, I figured it'd be like a medicine check or something.
Yeah, this is more of a healing check, and you guys are out there trying to do some tracking.
Yep.
Okay, you can give me survival as well. So here's the thing, for you guys, I've already told you the DC is 46.
Okay.
Swing
Well, then
away.
never mind, you boys do something else.
Child's play.
Swing away.
That's
Uh,
negative.
Chance, yours is not 46.
Shocking.
I got a single 6. Roll it.
If you can beat me, you win. Campaign's over. You guys, you did it.
I got an 11.
That's pretty good.
I said do something else.
JP don't know that he rolled a 46.
He don't.
That's fair. I take a chip. That's fair as shit.
I'm gonna use that chip right now to look at. No,
No!
I'm not.
I wouldn't. You save that for tomorrow night. Or I guess tonight.
I save that for when it rips one of our throats out. All right. Well, okay. Looking around, it's
What
not
did
gonna do
you get
any.
on your healing check, Chance?
I got a 10.
A 10. A 10 is very good. A 10 is a raise. So, you notice several things about this. One, the assessment they given before is absolutely correct. This creature was not eaten. This creature was not, like, nibbled on or savaged anyway. This creature was just killed outright. But the thing you get on the raise is something you're looking past. So, these are claw marks the way they're made. They're shallow in spots and deeper in others from the pressure of the impact. Except for one, the center wound on its throat. You look at the center wound on the throat, it is too clean. You look at this and you don't think a claw made the mark. And moreover, you're certain this is the blow that killed it.
Sons of bitches. So it looks like a knife slit its throat.
It looks like some craft of a person killed this creature, and then the rest of the wounds were made very quickly after to create a facsimile of claw marks.
Okay. Kind of point that out as they're looking around.
Alright.
That would explain why I haven't found any tracks. Most likely looking for human tracks.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we're looking around, we just hear a weird fucking bird.
Yes. Yes.
Alright. Well, we should go let them know they lost another cow. And we should go see if any of the other farms lost cattle too.
Yeah, let's go check.
You all
Also, tell
go
them to
back.
not touch the damn cow.
Gotcha.
Like, they can bring it back, but don't butcher it.
Okay. You relay this news to Miss Casty. She's not exactly thrilled that you guys were out there watching and a cow still got killed.
So it'd take
But
a
Where
couple
was
days.
she at?
what?
Where was she at? In her fucking bed, sleeping away the night. She wasn't out there putting in work. How's she gonna
He's welcome
judge
for our
us?
service.
Or she was slashing the throat of a
Fucking better be.
cow.
You're welcome
Slash
for
her
our
throat next.
Yes. Yes. Our heroes. So
We never claimed to be heroes.
she nods a little bit to the don't butcher the cow just yet, but she does tell you she will butcher it within a day because that cow represents an investment on her part and she can't let it
That's
go
fair.
waste. And then give me just some more notice checks to see what you can gather about surrounding farms.
Notice check.
Got a 5.
Okay.
11.
8.
All right, with the 8 and the 11, you know one more cow died last night. About 700 yards down the way from where you guys were. A little
So she
further
lost 2 cow?
No, this would
cows?
not. This was
Okay.
a different pasture. Like the best way to set this scene, so essentially there's the city, and then just outside the city you will find crops. So your wheats, your corn, beans, that sort of thing. And then once you get past the fields, you get to the houses you guys are at, and then several hundred yards outward is grazing area. Like, so, measuring the outward grazing area in yards is incorrect. It's more like miles. But this is just the immediate area where they're losing stuff closer, which is why they have been more alert lately. Is that they're losing things this close to the farmsteads.
Gotcha.
So from where you are, like you look back at farmsteads, beyond the farmsteads are fields, and then beyond the fields is the city.
And while we're asking around, so the one we watched, like how many cattle have each farm lost if there's 3 of them?
Uh,
Just roundabout.
at this point, some have lost more like 3, and this will have been the 5th for Miss Cassidy's farm.
Okay.
So anywhere between 3 and 5 is kind of what you're looking at in the past few weeks. Not a huge loss yet, but if it continues, it could develop into a pretty huge loss.
And this is the
Mhm.
first back-to-back one.
Yes.
Okay. And I think before we go to make a plan, we need to go grab a couple of militiamen to come look at the cow and show them that its throat was cut.
That is important. I will also point out another important thing. You guys need to sleep.
Yeah, we're gonna do that afterwards.
Okay. Yeah, there are militiamen like on patrol near the farm. Like you don't have to go far. Like on the road, sort of between the fields and the farm, you walk into a pair of militiamen armed and walking around, and you tell them about it.
I showed them.
Yeah, you take it to them, you show them, they see it, and they start documenting it. One kind of checks it out, kind of does the same thing you guys were doing, but obviously not as well, while the other goes back to report it.
Well, I let's get some shut eye and we can figure out what we're gonna do tonight.
Yeah.
Sleep during the day, work during the night. Sleep to go to the hayloft.
Oh, you're just gonna go climb off in a hayloft?
Yeah.
Nice.
Just gotta sleep it away, man.
I like it. I like it.
Return the barrel and bucket, hitch up the horses, and then yeah, I guess we just kick up against the wall.
Okay, okay. Everybody takes a nap. Conveniently, you all will start to awaken. Actually, I gotta do a roll real quick. Shit.
Shit.
It's shit. You guys are able to sleep, and you start to wake around 4 o'clock, more or less. Not long from nightfall. You've got about 3.5 hours until night falls this time.
Okay.
Boys. I'll get up. We need to be setting the strap in. Get in positions.
Alright. So do we bother watching this farm, or do we think they're gonna hit the other 2 again? One wasn't hit. One was, but wasn't back to back. What are we thinking?
Uh,
So we decided it's humans.
Yup.
Yep.
If I was an evildoer, and I wanted to starve a populace and cause an uprising, I'll do it evenly. So one person isn't targeted. Makes it more randomized. So I say we go to the farm that nothing died. Stake out there.
Good.
Yep. All right.
Do we
So
need
where's
to
what I'm saying?
be? Are we assuming that no one in the farmstead is responsible?
No.
Should we maybe try some deception and tell them that we're leaving to report back to the militia uppers about some information we found and then come back in when it's dark? Because if they see us, my thought is if they see us go somewhere, they might purposefully try to, if they're involved, they'll purposefully evade.
If that's the case, then why would they hit the farm that we were at?
They hit it, but they hit it 150 much farther away. They might still hit the same farm, but they might not hit our bait.
I mean, they didn't hit the bait because they had a live cow.
Or because they knew we were setting a trap.
That's my what.
But what
That
I'm
might be the
saying,
whole
like,
point. Hold up. They might have killed back to back an occurrence that hadn't happened before because they knew we were snooping around.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever's causing all this discourse might be trying to undermine the militia.
It's very possible.
Okay, I see. Well, if that's the case, then why don't we just stay here?
We could stay
It's,
here.
that may prove the undermining part because that'd be 3 nights in a row for the same farm. Or
But they'd still want it to seem like a monster.
Mm-hmm.
Something the militia can't handle. I
Or
say
we
we go with the one that wasn't hit tonight. We have you two get closer to some of the cattle, and I'll stay further back. That way, if someone walks by, I can try to scope them out.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. So you guys are just going with that same sort of plan?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. I think we're gonna find, yeah, just a couple of cows who are closer together. You know, not saying they're like next to each other by any means, but just closer. Have Whitman laying down relatively near,
Mm-hmm.
and then closer to like the farmstead and civilization, there'll be JP, and then a ways back, I'll be watching from afar.
Okay.
And let's say that's for. Yeah, let's say like 500 feet back from them.
Okay.
So kind of
Cool.
have us staggered back, and Ollie will be on Overwatch.
Okay. So Oliver's 500. I just want to make sure I get the dimensions right. So cows, and then how
Cows.
many feet from the cows is Mr. Whitman?
Okay, so this is what I'm thinking. Whitman's like, let's say like 20, 30 feet from the cows.
Okay.
And then from him, going back towards buildings, let's say like 100 feet, 150, there's JP.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And then like 400 from him, Ollie.
Okay.
We could do that. Do we want to try to have Whitman in with the cattle to make it easier for him to hide. In case someone does find a way to get past you and me, they may have a harder time spotting where he is.
I'd be worried about a bad stealth roll giving it away. If he's just a little bit further away,
Mm,
then a bad stealth roll won't be the end of the world.
that's true.
I couldn't find a single good gift for Trojan Cow. Anything except.
The Ace Ventura Rhino.
Yes.
That also works. That also works.
So funny
Oh,
you
yeah.
said that, actually, Trojan Cow, because that was going to be a next plan, but we'll get to that.
All right. So you are all set up, and night falls. Step 1, stealth checks.
Yep.
Oliver, yours are like less important since you're so far back.
Fair enough. I think I'm just watching. 8.
All right.
4.
10.
My man.
Okay. You all set up in position. Yet again, sort of repeating the vigilance in which you spent the night before. The hours start to tick by. And once it gets later in the evening, I need notice checks again.
This is the important one.
I got a 4.
18 again.
All right. Daniel?
What happens when you roll double sixes?
You roll one of the 6s again.
Alright, okay.
There's
does-
no
it's not
special. Yeah,
well, I got a 14, anyways.
it's good.
My man.
So, you are all perched, sitting there, watching your cows set up in position. JP, you've taken great care to hide yourself. You're very well hidden. Sweeping in vigilance, but you're so well hidden, you think it may have restricted your view just a little bit
Mm.
as you're looking around. Mr. Whitman, you're very close to the cows, watching and just spinning around, checking things out, not seeing much. Oliver, beating the stealth by 1. You are watching sort of downscope. You see the boys near the cows, watching, and just in the very barest, luckiest glint of light, you see about 230, 240 yards to your south the flash of something falling, and you watch as something pulls some sort of bladed instrument out of a cow and then proceeds to draw lines down it with this bladed weapon it seems to be holding.
Do we? Do I take the shot? Do we take the shot, or we try to like jump on the horses and ride them down?
I think that decision just kind of falls solely on you, big boy. We never thought we'd get this far.
I mean,
we didn't plan this far ahead.
there's the consideration to take. It's going to be difficult for those two to get horseback and over to that. Whereas for you, it
Yeah.
might be easier. You'd either have to run the horse to them, or go alone and wait for them to catch up, which at this distance would take a very long time.
Okay.
Like as far as initiative order goes, if they aren't on horseback and you get over there on horseback, they're not going to be in the initiative because there's no way they could make it in time to affect any potential combat. Other than extreme range shots, which they can't really make without scopes.
Then I will watch this fella, and then assuming he has to walk back closer to me, I'll line up, aim, and try to take a non-lethal shot.
Okay.
Shoulders, legs.
At what point are you willing to take this shot?
I would say if he gets within like 100 feet of me, but that seems wishful thinking.
I mean, from the distance, like horizontally, he is away from you right now is over 600 feet.
And I'd wait to see which way he's starting to like walk away.
Okay. You're sort of observing this this entity that, like, as it finishes off the cow, kind of turns and starts walking back towards town. So pretty much, it doesn't have a reason to cross your path, is what I'm getting at.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll just have to start sneaking that way.
Okay.
And hopefully get within range.
Okay. You start moving as it starts moving. So basically, you are in range of it, right? Because you have a scope, you can make the long shot. What is an acceptable range for you, is what I'm asking before you take a shot.
My acceptable range is 480 feet.
Okay. So you need to close the distance 120 feet from it. Well, it's more than that, actually. I don't have time to do the fucking trigonometry of it because of triangles.
Right.
But it's further than that from you. So I'm going to say you need to close, like, 300 feet.
That's fair. I mean, I would like to take that shot not at max distance.
Mm-hmm. So I think the best way to do this is to just do an opposed athletics check.
I agree with that. And as almost said a Dane, as Ollie starts this guy has his back towards us now, right?
It's more like he has his left shoulder towards you.
Okay.
Cause if you're at the farmhouses, right? Or am I wrong?
Pretty much.
Yeah. So if you're at the farmhouses, he's essentially walking back towards the farmhouses, towards town. So he is like horizontal from you, like he is walking perpendicular.
Okay.
So if you wanted to try to like set an intercept course here,
yes.
you know what I'm saying? Like try
Yeah.
to do it that way. That would get you in range, presumably. But again, it's going to be an athletics check to see if you can stealthily move faster than this thing can.
No, I like that. Would I be able to take out my compact mirror and try to signal the boys?
Sure, I'll allow that. Give me.
That figures like an easy thing to do that won't,
Yeah.
take enough time to hinder me.
100%. Give me 1 second to look for a good skill for this. Athletics. Athletics, mental building, and driving, electronics, faith, fighting,
A notice.
healing, intimidation, occult performance.
Agility.
All right, I'm gonna just say this is a strange thing to say because this is what it is. I need you to make a thievery check. Because that handles
fair.
dexterity, like base sleight of hands
I don't
type
know.
deal.
I'll hear you out on that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 4. We need more. All right. 7 minus 2, 5.
Okay, I think 5 is good enough to give them a shot. I need notice checks from you guys. The DC is 6.
Okay.
I like that move with the hand mirror. Take a chip.
Thank you.
I got a 9.
Okay, so JP sees it.
I got a 4.
Okay. Thankfully, you are much closer to Mr. Whitman, so you could probably alert him to it. But JP, you see a flash of like a mirror, and the way it's going, it appears deliberate. This is not like a mistake. Like this is someone trying to get your attention.
Okay. So I can see him wanting my attention at that point.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
But I guess I'll just kind of pack up and follow, because I still can't see what he's heading
let Mr.
towards.
Whit-
Do you let Mr. Whitman know?
Yes.
How do you let Mr. Whitman know?
He was what, 100 feet away from me? So, I mean, can I tell that his light source, like his little mirror, can I tell that he's getting farther away from us, like he's leaving town or leaving the farmstead?
I assumed that Oliver wasn't doing this on the go. I assumed he still had the height advantage of
Yeah, it'd
watching.
probably been, like take a turn, so like 6 seconds to.
Gotcha, to
and I
signal
didn't
me.
scream, hey.
Yeah.
Hey,
I
guys.
I do not have an easy other than to try to run up stealthily to him. I don't really have. I don't have a mirror. So.
Best 25 cents I ever spent.
Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna have to
A card or
try to get closer.
Okay.
And just.
So you creep over to
Yeah.
just let him know he is hard of hearing after all.
I was gonna say, yeah, because he's hard of hearing. Because I was gonna say I was gonna start whispering as I get closer, but he won't hear me. So yeah, that's all I can. That's the only thing I'd be able to do is
Okay.
verbal.
So
Or
it's-
if I can get to where I can see him, maybe like move
We like that.
my gun in a way that's not like super conspicuous, but that like he might see me moving, like getting his eyesight.
I think at this point, since he's focused in the other direction, you're gonna have to just get close enough to. Unless you have some
Yeah.
way of actually like touching him, I think you're just gonna have to go get him.
All right,
No,
yeah.
I like that. Take it nice and slow. Get the horses.
And you're watching this figure move. By the time they're getting ready to move over to you, it's time for an athletics check. Like
Yep.
doing all this did take some of your time, but the boys know. So opposed athletics.
Gonna use that chip you gave me.
Also, for
That
full
it.
discretion, I also used my chip.
I got a 16.
Damn.
It is very, very good. I need you to roll again, though,
You are a fuck.
as you have tied.
You are a fuck.
Hey, I got a
I got,
question.
I got chips too, dog. What's up?
I'm about to ask for bubbles.
I got a chip, right?
Yeah, you got chips.
Yes.
All right. What are the rules on me using a chip?
Use it whenever you want. There are no rules.
Yep. Essentially, we get to re-roll.
Yeah, you can make me reroll. You can make them reroll. You can use it to slightly change a scene if you would like to,
Yeah, like you could use it
Can I
to
use it
hinder this guy.
or help me. It's up
in
to you.
favor of the people killing the cow?
Yeah, yeah. Now, if you want to help the cow killer, you can.
Can I? Wait a minute.
Listen, how do I want to fuck these clowns?
Nah, wait. I want to see if they got to go with the next one.
Okay.
Chance,
Roll again.
chance. If you end up wanting to re-roll, use my Benny.
All right.
Just let me know if you use it.
I don't like that. I reroll.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna use that chip, Austin.
Alrighty.
Thank you, kind sir.
All in a day's work.
All right. I'm not gonna lie to you. This one's good too.
I got a 23.
It's not that good though. Okay.
Austin came through.
So you get down and you move at speed. You maintain. You don't maintain eye line on this because you have to get low, so you can't keep an eye constantly.
That's fine.
But you are able to essentially plot an intercept course where you are going to be able to get a shot essentially on the road. Like you get on the road and start moving, and if it's heading towards town, eventually it's going to be in an open spot on the road in this corridor between homes and field. And you get to a point where you're there, you get ready, you lock, you load, aim down your sights, and just when you expect it should, timing damn near perfect, comes out onto the road. And you are within your long range of it. And with the
Okay.
scope, I believe I don't remember how scopes work.
Scopes take away the -2 when aiming.
Okay.
Or when I aim, yeah, it takes away -2 for penalties.
Okay.
That's what I have written down.
I'm gonna double check it because I remember getting scopes wrong the last time we used it. So
-2 additional points for penalties when aiming.
okay.
Yeah, that's what it's. Yeah, it cancels 2 additional points of penalties.
Okay. So if you are taking this at long range and you have taken the aim action,
Yeah.
You take this shot with no minuses.
Okay.
Unless you're doing a cold shot, of course.
Really like to blow that guy's fucking kneecap. What's the minuses on a leg?
On a leg, that'll be a -2.
-2. How we doing on chips? I have 1.
I have 4.
Oh shit.
I've been
How many
hoarding
you got,
them.
Daniel? 2.
Let's all right. Yeah, let's take that leg.
Okay.
It's gonna turn out to be a vampire, and he's gonna be fine. He's not gonna give a fuck.
Or he's gonna
All
have
right.
bennies he can soak.
I do.
First shot. Or first roll.
I was about to say, ho ho, big spender.
Blacka.
Blaya, blaya, blaya.
He has a knife. Alright, I'm gonna use my last chip. Reroll that.
Spend them. My God, go ahead and spend them.
Alright. So that'd be a 9. How do we feel about a 9?
A 9 does hit.
Austin, what you thinking? Because we take the highest, right? It's
Yes.
not like you take the yeah. So we could try one more time and still have a few more.
So when
I will say you are hitting with a raise on this. There's not much more you could do.
Okay, all right. I'm overestimating.
Like
Sure.
you have already you've hit the money with this one.
Okay, then never mind.
so
So
question for me: to shoot something at your longer distance, do you have to have a scope on?
if you shoot longer than your long range, yes.
Because you said the Marlin
take
has
you take an extreme range penalty if you shoot beyond that.
Yeah,
But in order to shoot like effectively, you have to have a scope more or less.
gotcha.
And I will also say you and Mr. Whitman are not in a position to take these shots.
Okay.
Because you had to come from further away and you had to go back and get Mr. Whitman.
True that.
But you hit with the raise. Also realized that I had been giving you guys raises wrong. I've been giving you a flat +4. It's actually an extra D6.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So if you hit with a raise, add an extra d6 to the shot.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh shit. I guess I do need to roll damage.
Mm-hmm.
So I did say non-lethal.
You did say non-lethal.
Okay. Make sure that was being respected.
Because he just did 37.5 damage.
I hope not. I suspect he's a dude. Alrighty. We're only re-rolling one of these. 8. Alright. So I got 22.
Okay, 22. Let me look at the stats. I think this is possibly soakable. Or do I even bother? So, an 11 threshold would be 2 wounds shaken. Yeah, I'm gonna soak this.
Fuck.
I had to do some math,
Fuck.
but this is doable.
Throw me a freaking bone here.
That is an 11 on the soak. So, 1 soak, 2 soak. Soak 2 wounds, which means
Bubba.
math.
Make him reroll.
You can't use bennies to make someone reroll to a negative. You can only improve my roll with that.
Unless you roll a crit fail.
That is technically true. You could use this to see if I roll a crit fail.
Wait, hold on. I wasn't paying attention. What's the situation?
I'm
Who's about to
soaking a
try?
wound.
Make him reroll.
I'm trying to kneecap this man.
Alright, alright. Yeah, use it. Go low.
I did not crit fail. So that's I gotta do math. I'm sorry.
Yo, let me get another chip.
Another shit.
Yo.
You know what? That is exactly how that works. You get another one.
You cannot. Only I can give Bubba chips. There have to be rules, or this
Yo,
falls
Brian,
into
give me another
chaos.
chip.
No.
We can give
I
chips to
gave Bubba
people
a
who.
chip.
I was like, we can give chips to people who play by the rules and do good sportsmanship and have good quality. And that was
Okay,
great
so
quality.
with that soak, you deal 2 wounds and shake,
Okay.
and its movement is reduced to 0 for this turn.
And I will use my movement forward.
Okay. So
Boys just
frankly,
heard the signal.
we're kind of in initiative right now, but since it's just 1-1 at the moment, we'll keep it as is. So mechanically, it's now its turn,
Mhm.
and it will
Be shooketh.
remove its shooketh. Oh wait, no. Yes, no. Remove the shooketh, but it can't move. So, give us a moment. I have to consult the scrolls. You're watching this shot collides with a leg. It hits to a knee and then prones out. Prone
Okay.
attacker. If you're 15 feet or more from a prone attacker, they now have medium cover.
Okay.
So, since it can't move, that's the turn. It's back to you. Your closing
Alright.
distance. Now, here's the things. Your closing distance, you cannot aim and move in the same turn.
Yep.
Your gun is a single shot rifle, if I'm correct.
Yep.
So you're gonna have to reload.
Yep.
do you sprint this turn? Because if you sprint and if you dash and reload, there's a chance you fail to reload your weapon.
Let me.
We have Benny's do it.
All right, my pistol is in range and 240. That's gonna take a minute. So what? Movement, dash, reload, shoot. That's -4 on top of medium cover.
Yep.
Yeah, but we fucking gotta. Yeah, we gotta. We gotta regatta.
Okay. So you're taking a -4 to your shot.
Yep.
To reload and dash.
Yep.
And then
So
you're
dash
shooting
first.
at me. Yeah. So you get your dash, roll your d6.
Yep. Got a 4.
Okay. So you are able to move up.
Now roll for reload.
Hold on. Nah, yes. This is just a shooting check that you have to meet a DC 4 on.
Okay. Uh, 16.
Okay, yeah, you're perfectly fine. You're able to chamber around. Medium cover adds a -4 penalty.
Okay.
So you're making this roll at -8.
-8.
And remember, if the attack misses by a margin of 4 or less, and you would have hit regardless of cover, you still get to do damage, but I get to apply the toughness of what they're hiding behind, which would just be the ground.
Okay.
So you may still deal damage, but you mechanically have to roll at least an 8 to deal damage.
Okay. So we gotta roll high.
Mhm.
All right. First roll.
I'm sorry, you have to roll a 12 to do damage.
First roll. One 6. Okay, that's a 10. Austin, how many you got left?
I got
I'm sorry,
4.
I'm stupid. It is 8. 8 is what you need to deal damage through cover.
Okay.
12 is what you need to hit.
Okay.
So you hit, and do you still need the bet? Did you say you did 10 damage?
No.
Well, no,
He rolled a 10, which means he's going to
which is
hit
a
through
miss.
cover. Yeah. Which will give bonuses to toughness.
Yeah. So how many chips do you have?
I got 4. You want to use one?
4. I would like to use one.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, kind sir.
So mechanically, his toughness right now has a +6 to it,
Okay.
which is pretty significant.
That's pretty good. Six. All right, that's 14.
Okay, you do hit
8.
again.
Oh shit! I thought I missed.
No, you hit with no raises this time, and this wasn't a called shot because if this is a called shot, you miss.
No, not a call shot because then
Okay.
it
Yeah.
double-digit minuses.
Okay, so you
Bit too
straight up
much.
hit.
Okay. Come on, an 8. Oh, that's 1 8. All right. All right. So 18 damage.
Okay. This is just as soakable as the last one, so I'm gonna use my last chip to soak.
Oh, you are a fucker.
Man, I have to use every resource I have to even have combat with you guys, so I don't want to hear it. It's another 11. How much was it?
16. Or 18. It's 18. I'm sorry. I was looking at my dice and I was adding it up wrong. 18 was the number.
Okay. That is another wound and shaken, so it's at 3 wounds and shaken right now. On its turn, it breaks the shake and is going to sprint into the cornfield. Let's see. I need to roll at least a 4 to make it into the corn. That's a 6. So it takes another shot, dashes into the corn, and you lose line of sight of it as it does. I'll say at this point, since you guys have not had to sneak, you've been able to move at significant speed. You guys are about to catch up to Oliver.
Okay.
This is more or less free action time. We're not really an initiative at this point since it just broke line of sight at this range.
I mean, Ollie's gonna run straight after it.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Pretty much following suit on that.
Yup.
So,
You guys dash after it.
maybe look for signs of blood loss.
Give me a survival check.
I will assist you in that if I may.
What was that?
11.
11. You guys are sprinting after this thing. I assume you're not trying to diagonal into the corn, because that seems like a good way to lose track of what you're chasing. Or are you just fully recklessly chasing this thing? I'm mostly talking to Oliver here.
Can I hear like the rustling of the corn?
I suppose that depends on this roll. Give me a moment. Give me a notice check. I wish there was a
Okay.
passive notice.
Yeah. Four, 16. 16.
You do. You hear the rustle of corn as something is moving quite quickly through the corn.
Like quicker than a person should be able to?
On par with what a person should be able to, maybe a little faster.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess Ollie will just he'll try to stay in pursuit. It seems like this is a lost cause now. Did it while I was running, did I see if it dropped like its knife?
No. You could,
Okay.
since you had a pretty good notice check, I'll say you could tell that it didn't.
Okay. That's fine. Yeah, I guess Ollie will just continue trying to chase it, like listening to it more than anything.
Okay.
And he'll probably like let out like a whistle as he goes so the boys know where to run.
Okay. Are you still going to check out where to see if there was blood to follow? Mr. Whitman.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Give me a survival check.
Yeah, it was 11.
11. Yeah. You get to right around where the shot rang out, and you were able to find it, and you get to where you see like scuttling on the ground, like marks where something went down the road, and there's no blood at all. You do, however, see straw splayed out on the road.
What?
So as we get back to Oliver running through the corn, I need you to make a notice check.
Alrighty. Hey there, sugar daddy. You got one more for me?
Daddy's got a Benny for you. Don't you worry. I'm gonna use all my bennies on chance.
This is our one lead for this thing. Thank you, Daddy.
Use welcome son.
There's the 6 we need. There's another 6 we needed. Alright. Another 16.
So you're able to see it. As you're running, you're following the sound. You're still a good distance away from the sound, but you watch as just maybe 5 feet in front of you, the ground shifts just a little bit as a withered plant-like creature springs out of the ground with leaves sort of fashioned in these twig-like claws with bits of corn coming out of it and a single dark kernel where the head should be as it opens a little maw filled with needle-like teeth and dives at you. And a second one does the same from the other side.
Let's go, homie.
There's 2.
So we're going to make 2 attacks against you. What is your parry?
My parry is 5.
Oh. So 2 attacks. You are able to dodge both these attacks as these small little creatures, maybe 2 feet tall, dive forward, slashing out at you, trying to bite with these little needle teeth, grabbing at you. But you're able to just kick them away and push them back as they both just sort of sit on either side of you, just looking up, snarling and chittering.
Lamb.
And I think you're in initiative now, but the other 2 aren't just yet. So let's go ahead and draw. We'll have everyone draw, and you guys will come into the initiative whenever you get closer.
Sounds good.
Wait, so these
So.
little things aren't scarecrows?
No.
They're corn gremlins.
Wait, y'all are
Fairly-
fighting like an actual like supernatural thing?
It's
Bubba,
fairly
have you never been paying attention?
No, I thought it was like dudes. Like, okay, I did technically miss the beginning part of this whole thing because I was.
All will be revealed. All right. So I will draw for my people first. Okay. I'll give full disclosure that I did draw a Joker.
Yeah.
Have fun going first.
They didn't draw a Joker.
Shit.
Who would like to draw? What order would you guys like to? Well, we'll do Chance first since he's actually in the head of this.
Thank you.
You get the Jack of Clubs.
Pretty good.
Daniel or Austin, who's first?
I'll go.
Austin got the 9 of Diamonds, and Daniel got the 4 of Clubs. So the current order is Chance, his new friends, Austin, and then Daniel. With another person who I will hold in reserve who can go whenever they want. So, mechanically, since we're now in initiative, surprise round didn't actually go off. It is Ollie's turn.
Corn gremlin.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say hello to Dr. Watts in the form of a shotgun.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we gotta get rid of 1. I'll do that. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Since I guess our chase is finished. Okay. Rolling the shoot. That is a 9.
9. That will go past their parry.
All right. 3d6. Uh, 16 damage.
It just looks up at you. Its little grabblers out, and then mulched, destroyed, ripped asunder.
Blam.
I'll also say, what did you roll to hit? Actually, now that I'm thinking about it,
A 9?
9 still does hit. So this is the first time we've had size come into play in this system. These are very small, which means any attack made against them is technically made at -3
Oh, okay.
because they are difficult to hit because they are very small.
Interesting.
But you still completely annihilate one of them as you rip it apart. And it is now the other's turn. Well, no, it's not. They went, and then you, and then okay. Okay. So back to you boys. You guys aren't technically in combat yet. This is just kind of happening in the ether. You both are standing there looking at straw on the ground. Weird. What do you do?
Yes, run in the direction of the whistles that we heard previously.
You just heard a gunshot.
Yeah, I'll run in that
I'm
direction
going
too.
towards the gunshot.
Yeah, you guys start making your way towards the gunshot. You're a pretty good distance away because Oliver took this shot. At how far were you when you took the shots?
I was at max range, so 480 feet.
So I'm gonna say you guys have about 150 feet to Oliver.
Okay.
So if you guys want to dash, that's 30 feet plus a d6 times 5.
30. Yeah, we can do that. D6 times 5.
Mm-hmm.
15.
Okay.
I dash 45 feet.
Okay. So you each dash 45 then.
Yeah.
Okay. So you keep pace with each other. You're moving forward. You're about 105 feet from Oliver. You just heard a shotgun go off, and you can hear skittering in the corn, and he seems to be struggling with something. That's your guys' turn. Back to the top with them. I need notice checks from the two of you.
Us two?
You two.
Gotcha.
8.
4.
Okay. Let me get some. Let's see here. Okay. So, as you guys are dashing, Mr. Whitman. Oh wait. What's your Hard of Hearing Institute for hearing checks? Is
It's
it -2 or -4?
it's -2.
Okay, so you rolled a 6 then, which is still good enough for some of it. Um, you hear just out of the corner of your eye, or you hear out of the corner of your eye. It's really weird. Um, you hear just off the beaten path to your left and right skittering, and you turn just in time to see these similar little corn gremlins is a very appropriate word because they are just these leafy little creatures with twig and almost sharpened stalk-like limbs, about 2 feet. These little kerneled faces and these needle-like teeth dive out and attack. So the two that you see are going to make attacks that are unmodified. Where is it at? They roll these with... Oh, that's the wrong die. What is your parry?
5.
5. 1 hit. 2 hits. Okay, I got 2 hits on you. Thankfully, these are little guys. And what's your toughness?
6. Plus 1.
Okay, they do not have armor piercing. Both attacks just sort of glint off of you as both find purchase. One of them just charges headlong into your the side of your knee and bites down, but your thick sort of pants keep it from finding too much purchase where you can rip it off. And the other dives onto your shoulder, scratching away, but then you just punch into it to keep it off. And now for the 4 that you guys didn't see. That and that. So they have the drop on you guys. What's your parry, Austin?
3.
Okay. I have 2 hits on JP and 1 more on Mr. Whitman. And one of those hits, well, the hit on Mr. Whitman is with the raise, so I'll do that one first. $14 damage on that one. So you said your toughness was what? A 6?
Me or Austin?
You.
6 plus 1.
7. Okay. 14, 7. That's 7. So you take 1 wound and are shaken from this attack. Do you soak it?
Nope. No.
Okay. And then the 2 that hit JP. 7, 11. The first does 11 damage. And the second does 6. So what is your toughness?
5.
Okay, so the first one does 11. That is 6 up, so 1 wound and shaken.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to soak it?
Nope.
The second one hits with a shaken, but since you're already shaken, you take 1 additional wound.
Okay.
So 2 wounds and shaken, as more just start to explode out of the corn. All around you, these little creatures start to dive out, biting and gnawing, ripping at your legs. You watch as Mr. Whitman, you watch as JP is almost pulled down by 2 of them, just yanking him to the ground, as you are surrounded by 4, and you still hear Oliver in the back struggling with his. Oliver, I need you to give me a notice check. Actually, no. I'm sorry. There's still 1 fighting you. He has to make his play. Your parry's a 6.
My parry is a 5.
Okay, that's a meets it, beats it type situation. So I do hit you. But I do not do damage. As this little corn bastard just tries to jump up at your face, but you just kind of catch it and push it off again. As you hear your friends running towards you, you hear a lot more shuffling over on their part, and you start hearing little yells and these little chittering cries. And
Things
then
from the second Mummy movie.
Mhm.
That's kind of what's happening.
Oh.
I need you to make a notice check.
Mummy gremlins, and the gift search just brings up the lady gremlin.
Gross.
Yeah. Man, if 2 6s were a crit. $25.
I really don't think I can beat it, but I'll try. Oh, he has a chance. He doesn't make
No.
it with a 17. You are not surprised when out of the corn from the direction you heard running a second ago, as it has changed direction and comes sprinting at you, I need you to make a fear check.
Ooh.
So make a spirit roll and tell me if you fail. If you
Hold on,
fail,
hold
you'll
on,
have to
hold on,
roll.
hold on. Hold
You're
on,
not
hold on,
there.
hold on.
You're not there. You don't see
Am I
it.
too far away?
Yes. You don't even see this happening.
Preparing it just in case.
Okay.
Where is this? Because let's see here.
That is an 8.
An 8. You do pass. You do not have to roll on the fear table. As out of the corn, you see a gangrel, just sort of spindly, very long-limbed, lanky figure emerge. And then with a flourish, as it like spreads the corn and jumps out, you see straw falling out of this rotten sort of like torso of burlap clothing with this sort of rotted, gored face on top as a scarecrow dives out of the corn and takes a swing at you with the scythe. Daniel
A
is
day not to
upset.
have a sword.
I mean, for real it is. So its fighting is that pretty fucking good. Not gonna lie to anybody here. Okay. That is an 8 on the hit, so I believe that bypasses your parry.
Yep.
Da, 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 da.
6 plus 2.
And since it is moving on the Joker's turn, oh shit. It's actually a 10 because he moved on the Joker's turn, so that hits with a raise. Who doggy? 8, 14, 20, 21. Does 21 damage as the scythe swings straight at you. Your toughness is with your armor, it's not armor piercing.
6 plus 2.
6 plus 2 is 8, 21, so ooh, that's 13 above the threshold. 3 wounds and shaken.
Ooh. Well, I can't do nothing but take it. I'm out of chips.
All right.
How many do you have, Austin?
I got 2.
Okay, I'll use 1. Soak it.
Mighty kind. Uh, 14.
14. So, ooh, that's actually very good. 4, 8 is 2, 12 is 3. You fully soak it.
Turn and just kind of like go to grab the shaft and just pull it into the breastplate.
You fully direct this truly a blow that would have felled a cow in one swing.
I
You
ain't no
direct it
cow, thanks
to
to
the
lad.
to the strongest portion of your now fully fixed and operational armor as it scrapes with a shink across as it swings and misses you. And you stand face to face with this rotted, jagged, smiling figure as it stands about 8 feet tall, looming over you. And it's your turn.
Oh shit. Okay. This whole time I was like, well, I guess I'm gonna have to try and bag me a gremlin. Alright.
You have seen too much.
I've seen two. That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
So, I will do the only reasonable thing, and I will reload a shotgun shell and point blank it at the
Yep.
scarecrow.
So that's flat because -2 for 2 actions, but +2 for shotgun.
Yep. Alright. Rolling a shoot. 10.
10 hits with a raise. So 46.
So 46.
Yep.
Um, 20 damage.
20 damage. Okay, that will be several wounds to it. So it was at 3 already, and that will be 3 wounds and shaken. So it's at 4 wounds and shaken as you shoot it.
I wanted to fight the Scarecrow too, damn it.
The Scarecrow's not done. As you blast a hole and straw goes out the back.
Yeah. Figured he
Just
didn't work by people rules.
leers down at you and twists its head.
You
As
need
it is-
fireballs.
as it is now the boys' turn. First JP and then Mr. Whitman. There are 6 of these little gremlins attacking you.
Bigger roll. Be unshaken. Oh, and also, I think I have my parry calculated wrong. Parry is 2 plus half your fighting dice or half your fighting level.
Half your fighting die, like whatever your fighting die type is.
I have a parry of 4, not 3. I'm an
Okay.
idiot.
Good to know.
10
I don't
sessions
think it
in.
would've- I don't think it would have drastically changed anything, but that's good to know.
10 sessions in, boys. Alright, let's see.
It
Parry is
happened.
what?
Parry is half your fighting die, so if we have a d4, it's a 2 plus 2.
Yep.
Wait, say that again?
Half
It's
your fighting die plus 2.
Plus 2.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What is your fighting die?
It's 5.
Okay, cool.
Alright, I got a 5.
You are not shaken anymore. You shake your shake.
Alrighty. So there's 4. There are 4 or 6 around it. So there are 4 on
There are
Daniel.
6.
Okay.
There are 4 on Daniel and 2 on you.
Okay, so I'm going to do 2 things. First, I'm going to, let me go back to my spell list, because I only have 10 points. Make sure I can actually do all of this. I'm going to heal on myself and... Yes, I will heal myself, and then I'm going to cast Stun at a... Where's it at? Add the area effect modifier.
Okay.
So that's going to heal us 3. That's going to be... And then I have to deselect Mr. Whitman, so that's going to cost me 5. So I'll have 2 points left after this.
Mm-hmm. So, first of all, roll for activation on both of those at -2.
-2, yep. And since I said heal, I'll do heal, then stun activations. So this is for the heal. So I got a 5.
That success, you successfully heal.
I heal 1 wound.
Yeah, you heal 1 wound.
-1 wound. And then the stun. Ooh, thank you. So my dice is an 8, and then I also rolled the hero dice. They both maxed. I only roll one of them, right? So I would pick
You
the
only
D8.
reroll 1, but you should take the D8.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't roll both. Okay, roll that.
Yeah.
That is another 8.
So you're gonna get a raise.
8, 8, 1. So 17 minus 2, 15.
Okay. So you hit it with a raise, which means they make their vigor check at -2, correct?
-2.
Yep. Okay. So all 6 of them make vigor checks.
I've used 8 points.
Let's see, their vigor is that, and they're making it -2. So they don't have great vigor. If I don't roll a 6, they're stunned. So whichever ones don't roll a 6 get stunned. This is like trying to hit with orc boys. one of the ones fighting you is not stunned.
Great.
The second one is stunned. One fighting Mr. Whitman is stunned. Other one fighting Mr. Whitman is stunned. Other one fighting Mr. Whitman is stunned. You stun every single one of them except one of the ones fighting you.
We take those.
Mm-hmm. Solid, 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 solid. As Mr. Whitman, you're being overwhelmed as it comes to your turn, and you watch as JP just gets a little pulse of light or throwing his arms out and holding them sort of shaking, and there's a little shimmer in the air almost as all of them just stop and twist and try to move, but they're just straining against nothing except one who just bites his ankle.
And we're not close to Fairchild, right?
No,
Okay.
not yet, not yet. No, you're 105 feet away from him,
Gotcha.
so
okay.
you can hear him still. You can still hear conflict over there, but you cannot see him. Mr. Whitman, your turn. I think you have to make sure you're not shaken first, correct?
Yeah. So vigor. This die. 5.
5. Okay, you are no longer shaken.
All right, and so I'm going to, I guess, just shoot. I'm gonna shoot the one that kind of standing around, and I see one is actively gnawing. While the others are kind of like not being able to stand. So I shoot at that one, and I shoot at the, I guess, one close to me.
Yeah. Okay, remember that they are you have the drop on them while they're stunned, which means you have +4 to hit and to damage.
But not the one that's gnawing.
Yeah, not the one that is unstunned.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna be using. I'm just gonna use my my shotgun.
Okay.
Yeah, because that'd be no. Yeah, because I don't know about Scarecrow. I just see that. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna use the shotgun.
I mean, you don't know about the
And
Scarecrow, but to be fair, you guys know you were chasing a
it.
humanoid person at one point, and these are not
I'm
that.
going. Yeah. I get a 4.
You hit with a 4.
And that is 1d6.
I thought you're using. Are you not using a shotgun, or what are you using?
Yeah, I'm using shotgun.
Yeah, it's a 3d6 damage.
It says 1 to 3. Oh, 1 to 3d6.
Yeah, the 1 is
Oh,
for
wait.
long range. Every time you
Oh,
move up a range with a shotgun, you lose a d6.
oh, okay. All right, so that is that's 9 damage.
You
Plus,
erase
oh,
it.
no, just straight up 9 damage.
Yeah, you erase it from existence.
And then for the second one, uh, wait, the second one is going to be a 12 to hit,
Oh yeah, yeah,
but
and you hit with a raise.
and then a raise, so that's an extra d6.
And this one is stunned, so technically you roll 4d6 plus 4. It's impossible for you to not kill this.
That's 20 damage.
You kill it.
There you go, shoddy. Pump both, kill 2.
Blam blam. All right, and that's your turn. Did you move at any during your turn? Because technically you're free from opportunity attack since they're stunned.
Nope, no reason to move. Gotta kill them all.
Okay.
Good luck,
Fair.
Austin.
Right.
I was just asking. It is now the corn gremlin's turn. There are 4 on you guys. They'll all make their little vigor checks. No. 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 They're stunned as fuck. And then the one that's still living with Chance. Wait, did you kill it? No, you didn't kill yours.
I did. I was busy.
You were busy. He'll take his little Gleblin swing. He hits with his Gleblin swing.
I'm Gleblin. 8.
Nah, dog. The scarecrow is staring down at you. You're having a dramatic standoff, and you've just football palmed this other one's head so he doesn't interfere. So he's just running against your hand, trying to get to you as you're just holding him back. And I'm like,
Stiff armed.
you've just stiff armed
Holding the
him.
scythe against my chest.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
As it is now the scarecrow's turn.
I could do this all day.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure you can, buddy.
Do this all day.
He will take a swing at you. He might take 2 swings at you. He's gonna take 2 swings at you.
Yeah, I would put it past him.
This is at -2. First one hits.
Shame.
Second one does not. So you only get hit by 1.
Okay,
Alright.
cool. Low damage, please.
We'll do our best.
Ugh. All I can ask.
Mm-hmm. Wow. You really did ask. That's 9 damage. So I believe you're shaken?
Yeah, that's one above, so that's shaken, right?
Yeah. No, that's it. You're shaken. And you weren't already shaken, so it's just a shaken, no wounds.
Huh. That worked out, gang.
I rolled a fairly good on one die and then a 1 on the other one.
Hmm.
So he swings down at you. He pulls back, swings again, and this time you just duck it. It's a very close shave. You can feel that scythe blade kind of skim across the hair on your face, but he misses wide. And after he does that, he's gonna just stand there and get ready to take another one with that sort of almost Cheshire grin of rotten gourd looking down at you. And it's your turn.
So I'm sensing a trend.
Mm-hmm.
So I will. Alright, how do we do this? How do we do this? Alright. I think I'm gonna have to do this, which sucks. But I want to take out my hatchet
Uh-huh.
that we got.
Mm-hmm.
I want to take out my extra blanket and wrap it
Mm-hmm.
around my blanket.
Mm-hmm.
I want to light it on fire.
Okay. I'm gonna say doing all that's 2 actions at the very least, because
That's
free
fair.
action to remove, action to wrap, action to light.
Yep. And yeah, if that's the case, then I'll use a third action to try to swing at the scarecrow. I'll take all
Okay.
the minuses.
Yep.
-4, right?
-4 on that
Yeah.
swing against his parry.
That's fine. Let's use Kawhi this time. That's a no, dog.
That's a no. Fair enough.
Roll a 5.
I will say when you light it, you see the creature recoil and back away from the flame as it stops using the scythe more as like a slicing implement and uses it more to like level to keep distance from you and it.
Oh no. If he like takes a step back, I'll take a step forward. He isn't gaining any ground.
Mm-hmm. All right. It is back to Austin. There are 4 stunned gremlins.
Yep. I'm gonna look at Mr. Whitman, you go help Oliver. I'll take care of these four. And I'll pull out my Marlin. And I'm going to shoot the three that are stunned at Mr. Whitman's feet.
Okay, so sure.
Because you said it's a +4 to hit, but then it'd be
Yeah, it's a
-6
+4.
total.
So you'll make all these rolls flat.
Wouldn't I be at -2 for 3?
No, for 3 shots, you're at -4 each.
Oh,
And
yeah,
you're
yeah,
at
yeah.
+4 for having the drop on them.
Well, heck, I'm going to shoot all 4 of them then.
You can't do all 4. You can only shoot
get 3.
3.
Oh,
three
yep. 3 actions. Alrighty. Where's my other dice? Okay. Flat roll for each one then.
Yeah, just flat roll. Make sure to use your wild die on all of them.
Gotcha. First one was a 4.
Hits.
Second
Actually, are you accounting for the fact that they're very small?
one. No, that was just a straight 4.
Miss.
$11. What's the minus?
It's -3.
Okay, so it'd be an
So-
8.
8. So you hit with a raise on that one.
The third one. Another 11, so 8 again.
Okay, yeah. 2 hits with raises.
Alright, the Marlin is
2d8
plus
plus a
2
d6.
plus a d6.
I believe it's impossible for you to not kill these.
With an AP of 3 that I don't think really matters.
They're not really what you called armored.
They're all holding shields.
Yeah.
Oh, where'd my d6 go?
Man,
Okay.
I would have joined them so quickly. Cannot
So
stress.
I fight for the corn.
We fight for the corn.
So that one's a 4. 8 and 6. So we roll those up. 14, 18 so far.
I had a spoiler alert for the corn stalkers here. They got a toughness of 2. You're gonna get both
That's
of them.
They're minions.
24 damage for the first one.
You're gonna get both of them. Cannot stress enough that you are going to kill both of them.
That's 2 8s. That's
But I'm gonna roll
16
my
so
dice
far.
any damn way.
You guys remember Yu-Gi-Oh?
I
Yeah.
remember Yu-Gi-Oh! This is Yu-Gi-Oh!
16 plus 7 is 23.
Enough.
Plus 1 is 24. Plus 6 is 30. So the second one takes
Holy
30
fuck.
damage.
Jesus.
Oh, but I
Christ.
didn't plus 2 to either one of them, so 32 and then plus 2 to what the other one was.
So yeah, you still kill them. You kill them real good and hard.
Where was
As-
this damage? 2 sessions ago?
I just bought the gun last session.
This is a new fancy gun.
This was that
But
super
to be fair,
expensive
this is
gun.
this is actually stellar rolling. It doesn't really have that much to do with the gun.
Yeah, well, and it's the raise, the plus d6, and
Hmm. Yeah, no. You hear this cry out from JP as he levels this gun and rattles off 3 shots. One going wide, but you watch 2 of the ones frozen at your feet just get popped like a turkey shoot. They just explode as JP puts fucking heavy rounds through these tiny gremlins. As it is now your turn. There are now only 2 frozen ones near you, and you hear Oliver fighting.
After seeing JP being able to take care of himself, I run out. I
Okay.
run out towards the other ruckus.
Okay. Move 30 feet. Give me a d6 roll. See how fast you can run.
I'll run another 10 meters.
All right, another 10 feet. So you're 40 feet closer, which puts you 65 feet away from the action. You're starting to be able to kind of see the shadow of what's happening. You still can't really see, but in about a turn, you'll probably be within eye shot of what's going
There's
down.
light.
Hmm. Yeah, there is light. It's a beacon. You see that Oliver has lit a fire and is menacing something. You just don't know what.
Honky.
Corn Boy's turn.
Well,
What are you going to do?
I got third
Stab
action,
me?
don't I?
Huh?
I got third action, don't I?
You have 2 more technically, but you do have to state them. So go ahead and tell me what you want to do with them.
Shoot the other gremlins. I'm still in range.
You're in corn though. Like if you move far away, your vision becomes obscured. You get what I'm saying?
Sure.
Yeah. So if you wanna retcon that and say you shoot before you run, that's okay.
Nah, that's fine.
Okay. The gremlin try to break out. This stun is holding like fucking butter. It's stuck on there. The one near Chance is gonna make an attack. Oh,
No.
hits with a raise.
I need to be able to face tank the scythe.
8 damage, which will shake you. You're already shaken a
Take a
wound.
wound.
Yep.
Okay.
It is now the Scythe Boy's turn.
Do you want my Benny?
I will probably take your chip whenever this dude smacks me in the teeth.
All right.
He is going to attack twice again. Fighting.
Crit fail.
No.
Yeah.
First one hits.
Yeah.
Second one hits. First attack. 11 damage. So that will be. I believe that. Let me consult my scrolls. An additional wound. So that'll be 2 wounds.
Yeah, I gotta take that one.
Yeah. Use my Benny.
Okay.
I got one more for you.
$16 for the first one.
Okay. You absorb the full 2 wounds. Second. Again, 2 wounds.
Have a
So
Benny.
13.
Take my Benny chance.
God, I mean, I could.
Take the Benny.
Okay.
Survive and thrive. And Oliver.
Thanks for treating me well.
I'm so glad these little corn dudes aren't getting up before me. Actually, I think they
8.
do get up.
8. You soak exactly 2 wounds.
Ooh.
I believe the bennies are running low.
I think we're out.
I'm out. I am fresh.
Alright.
Chance got 5 bennies from Austin tonight.
It's Chance's turn.
Thank you, Papi.
Go kill him, son.
The Scarecrow is attacking you with a renewed vigor. Possibly desperation.
Possibly.
Mm-hmm.
Two or 3 boys. I think two's safer, but we might need 3. No, we're doing 2. Accuracy.
Ah, clever
So just
boy.
a -2.
Mm-hmm.
First attack. Oh, there's the 6 we needed. Oh, thank God. 11 to hit.
11 hits with a raise. So
Okay.
this is an axe, so I believe, well, a hatchet, so I believe it will be your strength plus a d4 plus the d6 for the raise.
Okay. So strength And so that's a d6 plus a d4.
So 2d6 and a d4.
Okay, that's what I thought. Just want to make sure. Okay. Oops. 14.
How do you want to kill it?
I think Ollie will just take the scythe and like take a step forward and catch it and pull the scarecrow forward and just a big uppercut and chop off its torso.
I like it. I like it as you cleave into it, the straw alights and you hear this sort of ethereal scream as it hits the ground and starts to immolate. As you do, the corn gremlin that is nearest to you that can see this shrieks and sprints away. It attempts to. You do get an attack of opportunity for it leaving your range.
Us, Brian.
Hmm.
We need to run this back.
Why?
I didn't roll for shaking.
Okay.
Oh.
Go ahead and give me a shake and roll. Give me a shake and roll. I believe you are at how many wounds do you have?
1.
Okay, so -1 to this roll, vigor check.
Minus
So the DC is effectively 5.
Okay. First, I'm doing this 1d6 at a time.
Mm-hmm.
First d6 is a 1.
Okay.
Second is a 6.
Okay. You're good. It all happens as said.
Fuck.
But you get your free attack as one of the little
Yes.
corn boys runs away.
I miss.
It sprints away shrieking. It's now kind of in a cleanup phase. You've got 2 stunned, Austin. Just roll to hit twice with +4. Or +2.
Roll to hit twice. Got
Yeah.
it. 4 + 2, 6 for the first one. -3. Do you want me to do that still?
No. That's kind of. I've already counted for that.
Okay. And then a 12.
You hear 2 more gunshots, blam blam, as 2 more corn get annihilated, and we are out of combat as you all run to Oliver and see this burlap creature burning away. It's the gourd that was once his head is smashed on the ground, and fire is erupting out of it. And you all take notice at the very core as it burns away, you see a little metal device that is very similar to one you have seen before. The last time you saw something like this, it was spinning, screaming, and waking up dead things in the mine in Harrison. And that's where we'll end this one.
We did it, boys.
Shit was stressful.
I was fine.
You're telling me.
Oh my god.
JP wasn't worried one bit.
You fucking messed that fucking scarecrow up before it even got into the corn.
I was so worried that, like, man, like, we're gonna spend a whole session trying to find the damn thing, and we're gonna spend a session, like, losing it.
Look, I had this one on the back burner. I did not in a million years think this was what was gonna happen tonight. I in no way thought they'll end up fighting the scarecrow in the field. Of all the shit I thought you guys were gonna do, this was not in the top fucking 10. But I still had fun with it. I love scarecrows.
I know you do, mate.
I just love that
love
it's. I
scarecrows.
literally made the joke of let's be fake scarecrows.
I was really holding it in. I was laughing my ass off, and you're like, it would be scarecrows. I was like,
Just like the first D&D campaign Brian DM'd, our first big thing was the Scarecrow.
I love scarecrows. I think they're horrifying. No, the original plan for this was a big like ambush over ambush Viet Cong scenario through the corn, but he just got fucked up on the way through. Like, I know you couldn't kill him without fire. Like, you figured that out.
Right.
And no matter how many wounds he takes, unless he takes fire damage, he can't be killed. But he still takes the wound penalties. Like, he's still rolling with negatives for the wounds he takes. He should have hit you at least 2 more times.
Mm.
God, I felt it every time.
I would
Thank
not
you,
have been
Bobby.
able. I would say if he'd have hit you 2 more times, there would have been nothing for you, boy.
I was joking about how I was just giving you guys the extra chips because it was the 10th session, but I really think you needed them.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
I really think they
that
may have been
was.
necessary.
They were 100% necessary.
I should have given them out more freely. That was my B.
Alright, best and worst.
That we got the bastard.
Mm-hmm.
So I really thought we were gonna
I like.
gonna try and find leads and then track down the dude, and he was gonna get away, and that was gonna suck.
Honestly, yeah, my favorite was the cornfield fight. That was good.
I look forward to talking to the militia people.
Mm-hmm. We got to remember to pick up that top.
Yeah, no. How is next session gonna start? We're stomping the shit out of this thing, putting it out.
Mm-hmm.
That's evidence.
Yes. Yes.
And there's still corn gremlins out there.
There are still corn gremlins out there.
I was curious if they were just gonna poof away, but
Nope.
We'll set the cornfield on fire. It's all right.
he still got shooters.
There's always shooters out there. Gleplins.
They'll meet the same fate as their other 6 friends.
They're technically called corn stalkers, but I like corn gremlins better, so we're keeping it.
Mm-hmm.
They're apparently what Google calls the cannibal pygmies from The Mummy Returns.
Yes.
Nice.
That is what they are.
There's just not a GIF version of any of that.
I know. I was looking for one. The specific part in the movie where the one dude just pans over into the trees and the one just jumps straight out at him.
Yep. I looked for so long.
Such a good movie. Such an underrated movie.
Love that movie. Alright, what's worse then?
Worst. I don't know. Nothing's jumping out at me.
No.
I mean, I guess we were a little like wishy-washy on what lead to follow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna say like maybe the beginning portion we didn't. Yeah. I would say we weren't too decisive.
I was shocked the direction this took because I really had a pretty firm idea of where I thought this was gonna go, and the way the session started, I was like, "Yep, this is going the way I thought it would," and it took a hard right turn. I was like, "Okay, and we're doing this now."
Did you think we were gonna go for the boy?
I thought you guys were gonna stick with the burglary stuff. Like you guys seemed to express interest in that last time. You started with it, and I was like, "Okay, they're gonna look into this burglary stuff."
Well, yeah,
You started looking into it. You're like, "Okay." Okay.
But then a guy brought up dying cattle. I was automatically thinking monster demon beast. Like, oh yeah, that's got to die. The burglaries can be another day. We gotta go kill us a demon and get its head so I can sell it to the crazy man.
Yeah.
We gotta buy Daniel that gun.
I was torn between giving us a couple days out of town in case people might have been like watching us,
Mm-hmm.
or trying to find the Puckett's house and sneak into it to find leads for
Mm,
the factory, because there's something there.
Mm-hmm.
that's true. What about you, Daniel? What were yours?
Um,
What you reading, lad?
what?
What you reading?
Reading?
Oh, nothing.
Um, I guess worse would probably be not being able to do any leads or anything. And,
We'll get you full of money. Then you can go follow all the leads you want.
my rolls are just bad, I guess.
You were not rolling well today.
So yeah, probably just that.
What was your best then?
Well,
Hmm? Hello?
I guess killing the monster, I guess.
I feel like I've never satisfied Daniel with a session.
It's hard to please.
He
He's
is.
got to keep you guessing. If you thought you were doing well, then you just stop trying.
Fair enough.